Up for Newell, and Newell will be on the agenda. It'll be an agenda item, so there will be no need to have it under public comment. Before I call the meeting to order, when we do have public comment, if you could just keep your comments to 3 minutes or less, state your name and address up here at the front of the podium. Even though you have it signed in here, we need it verbally for the record. And just know the public won't be able to respond to you, especially if there's some topics on here, particularly we won't be able to respond. Any item on the agenda here, I will open up for public comment. And I think that should cover everything. Okay. So let's start out and I'll call the meeting to order. Will you please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Karspeck.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Here.
Trustee Hardy.
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht.
Here.
Trustee Wing.
Here.
Trustee Ayers.
Here.
Trustee Brody will be absent this evening.
Thank you, Clerk. All right, next on the agenda is citizen participation. I'm looking for anything. This all looks to be for Newell except one, and the one is for Richardson, which we can put under the Parks Master Plan update. That's right. Okay. So we'll just move on now to consent. Do trustees like anything removed from consent? Otherwise, is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve consent items.
All right. Trustee Hardy's moved. Trustee Wing has seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Wing.
Yes.
Trustee Hardy.
Yes.
Trustee Ayers.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht.
Yes.
Mayor Karspeck.
Yes. Thank you. Is Trish Werner in the audience tonight? Welcome, Trish. If you could come to the front here. Trish is from the League of Women Voters, and we have a proclamation for you tonight. And this is for Women's Equality Day. I can. Would you like me to read it, and then if you'd like to add anything, or? Okay, great. Whereas on August 26, 1920, the 19th Amendment to the United States Constitution was certified, securing women's right to vote and marking a historic victory in the long struggle for women's equality. And whereas Women's Equality Day serves as a tribute to the generations of women who fought tirelessly, courageously, and relentlessly for the fundamental right to participate in our democracy. And whereas the League of Women Voters, founded in 1920, just months before the ratification of the 19th Amendment, has stood at the forefront of the movement to protect and expand voting rights, promote civic engagement, and empower voters for over a century. And whereas, despite the progress made, barriers to equality and equitable representation persist in many areas of society, including pay, equity, reproductive justice, representation in leadership roles, and full access to the ballot. And whereas we honor and continue the work of trailblazers like Sojourner Truth, Susan B. Anthony, Ida B. Wells, Alice Paul, and countless unnamed women, especially women of color, whose voices and leadership have shaped the course of history. And whereas the League of Women Voters remains committed to advancing inclusive democracy, defending the right to vote, and ensuring that every voice is heard in the democratic process. Now, therefore, we commemorate Women's Equality Day, August 26th, as a day to celebrate the importance of the women's suffrage movement and the work to secure and expand equal rights today. Further, let it be resolved that I, William Karspeck, Mayor of the Town of Berthoud, do hereby proclaim Tuesday, August 26, 2025, as Women's Equality Day in the Town of Berthoud. And I'll go ahead and sign this. 12th day of August, 2025. Would you like to, you don't have to, would you like to add anything by chance? Okay. Well, thank you for bringing this before us. Let's give a round of applause. Thank you very much. Excellent. Okay, let's move on now. I'd like to bump up Newell, but we can do this Excel Energy update and presentation by Hans Rodvik. Is Mr. Rodvik in the room tonight? Welcome. We have a full crowd. Thanks for being here.
Picked quite the day to come and present. Everybody gets to learn about Excel.
That's right.
Let's see here. Do I use the clicker? Okay. Thank you, Mayor Karspeck and Town Board. Chris, thanks for having me and coordinating. We're just going to do a quick presentation here today to give you guys an update about who Excel Energy is. It's kind of unique timing for us as we're in conversations with re-establishing our franchise agreement with the town of Berthoud. We've been serving the community for many decades now, but we're looking forward to getting that done. So XL Energy, we're a nationwide utility. We're a dual fuel company where we have electric and natural gas service. Our corporate headquarters is in Minnesota, with our largest secondary base here in Colorado. Basically, this slide kind of shows what this one has the right figures on it. On the left-hand side there, it's supposed to show what our 2005 emission levels were and what they are today in 2024. We're at about a 57% reduction so far and on track to hit that 80% reduction by 2030. And you can see our energy mix here in the state of Colorado. So we've got a pretty unique blend. Actually, this is company-wide. We have no nuclear here in Colorado. So our long-range vision, we kind of have four main pillars. We want to be safe, we want to be clean, we want to be reliable, and we want to be affordable. So we're trying to plan today's work to ensure that those goals are met. It takes a lot of hard work, and we've got about 4,000 employees here that are working every day to achieve these goals. So kind of diving in a little bit deeper, we've got our short-term goal of 2030, where we're on track to hit that state mandate of an 80% reduction in those CO2 emissions. We've got our goals related to our natural gas service. By 2035, we're going to have taken a step internally as a company to have converted roughly 20% of our fleet to EVs. Actually drove here from Greeley in an EV. It's pretty sweet. Folks want to check it out in the parking lot. You can see the wrap on it. And then by 2050, looking ahead, we've got some pretty intense and aggressive goals to be fully carbon-free when it comes to our electric generation. We're going to be a net zero natural gas service and have a lot of options for that EV infrastructure. Turning here to the state, you can see this is our service territory. So obviously we're here in Berthoud, but we go basically all the way to the southern border, out west to Grand Junction, and then up north to Wyoming. I'm the area manager for northern Colorado, so I cover Larimer County, Weld County, Logan, and Morgan counties, and then additional 3 Eastern Plains counties where we have some of our large renewable wind assets. So our mix of customers is pretty even there on electric and natural gas. This is our energy mix in Colorado. We're going to be out of the coal business roughly by 2030. That is the target. If all goes well, we're converting a couple of plants to natural gas. Our Pawnee plant in Morgan County is in the process of converting. And then you can see the wind and the solar. Those numbers are going to tick up here as we get closer to 2030. You can see very substantial jumps in our wind and solar generation. And we expect to be 88% carbon-free by 2030. So, and again, this is back in 2018, we came out as the first company nationwide to establish those emissions reduction targets by 2030, and we've been leading on that effort really over the last decade. In 2019, we got started with the Colorado Clean Energy Plan, and that portfolio was fully approved this last year by the Colorado Public Utilities Commission, which we're fully regulated by. So any sort of our big plans to build a new power plant or build very large transmission lines has to go through the PUC. And you can see the diverse mix of energy resources. Just to your east in Weld County, we're going to be adding a couple new gas combustion turbines to our fleet, so to have that firm and dispatchable generation on the system for super hot days like we're experiencing right now. We're going to be able to do all this over the next 5 years. We'll talk a little bit more about our substantial investment plan. But the goal and our projections are to continue to keep our bills below that national average and to keep any sort of increases below the standard historical rate of inflation, that 2 to 3% range, not COVID inflation. So like I mentioned, over the next 5 years as a company, we're going to be raising and deploying about $45 billion of investment across our 8 states. The bulk of that is going to come here to Colorado. We're looking at roughly $22 billion. So that's going to include everything from the new generation, new wind farms, new solar farms, new gas plants, maybe nuclear one day, depending on how the state looks at that. And then we're going to be doing a lot of transmission, which is kind of the backbone of the electricity network, our grid, the big tall transmission lines that take that generation from the power plants, bring it to a substation. We're going to be building a lot more substations over the course of the next 5 years because we're seeing more demand on our system than we ever have basically since the 1950s and 60s when AC became a thing. And so it's going to be a very aggressive plan. We have a lot of high hopes that it's going to go well. We got to work with communities like yourselves to make sure that we can build our infrastructure to serve, end users like everybody here in the room. So this is kind of the breakdown of that $22 billion. Generation is actually not as large as you would think it would be. We're really going to be working a lot on our distribution system. So that's customer impact, that increases reliability, and that increases capacity for towns like yourselves to continue to grow and attract businesses. You'll see a lot of transmission. And here in a second here, we'll talk a little bit about our wildfire mitigation. As I was driving in on 56, I looked at the foothills over here and saw some smoke. And so it just reminds us how important it is for us as a utility to ensure that we're doing everything we can to make sure our system is safe and does not cause any sort of catastrophic wildfires. Our Colorado Pathways, it's roughly 500 miles of new transmission, starting at Fort St. Vrain and doing basically a giant horseshoe back up to Denver. It was our largest infrastructure project to date as a company, and we're still continuing progress on it. This just touches on our EV 2050 vision. I don't want to dive too much into that. I want to be respectful of everybody's time. We do have these plans before the PUC to enhance that EV infrastructure, which is really the critical kind of first step to making sure that more EVs can get on the road. A little bit of the fun stuff. We have a lot of programs to make sure that our customers have the most efficient homes and businesses as possible, and we really try to do a lot of outreach on those programs. And looking forward to bringing some more of those resources to the community as we move forward. Just a little bit of our impact here in the state in terms of supporting local jobs, supporting local communities, and what we do to give back to the places that we live in. We got a lot of great, stats on here, but I think it's just a great thing. Every year we do what's called our Day of Service in mid-September, where company-wide we get hundreds of projects, and you'll probably see a ton of people out wearing their XL red shirts, working at various projects in their communities. We're a big military support company. We love our veterans. We've got a lot of veterans actually within our various teams, so we're highly supportive of them and what they do for us. Real quick on the wildfire mitigation, Berthoud is on our Tier 2 risk zone, and so Tier 1 is our lowest, Tier 2 is our mid, and Tier 3 is our highest risk zone. The further west you go towards the foothills, the more of a high risk we're going to see. We don't have as many electric assets over there, so that's kind of a good thing for us, but further south in Boulder County and some of those other southern counties, very high risk. We have done a substantial amount of work over the last couple of years. A lot of that work is at the distribution system level, so replacing high-risk poles, visually inspecting lines, using drones to inspect our transmission lines in those real mountainous areas, and making sure that we're replacing any sort of equipment that is potentially on its way out ahead of schedule. And we've got a whole plan that was actually approved by the PUC just in the last couple of months to execute this work, and happy to come back at any time to give you guys more of an update on that. But I obviously want to make sure you can get to the hot topic here in the room, so I appreciate everybody's time. I left everybody except Trustee Albrecht with my card, so I'll make sure you have that. If you guys ever have any questions about what we do, what we have going on, and any of the services we provide, just give me a shout.
Thank you. Hot topic, you were it. Well, we're all here for you. Adjourn after this.
There you guys go.
Thank you. Trustees, any questions?
I have one.
Yes, Trustee Wing.
So I don't know if I got it in an email or in the U.S. mail, but I think I received a letter from Excel saying, asking for us to cut our usage during peak times because there was a risk that we may use our power. Can you speak to that quickly and kind of what's being done to mitigate that?
Yeah, it's a great question. So last week, with very high temperatures and very high demand on the system and some of our generation capacity, we were at risk of having to do some controlled outages to preserve the integrity of the grid. And so we made it what's called a call for conservation across the state, reached out to our local communities and our customers. We used a lot of tools in our toolbox. I can't go into all of them because there's some FERC guidelines and things that we're not really allowed to discuss in a public setting. But due to that call to conservation and the inner workings of our team, we were able to avoid having to do any of those. It's actually pretty unique timing. The Public Utilities Commission last week and this week, has been debating one of our plans to build more generation. And so it was a pretty unique, I think, factoid for them to consider is that we need that firm dispatchable generation when the wind's not blowing and the sun isn't shining. And so things can happen. We have really high reliability ratings, but nobody is perfect. So we're continuing to move forward with that plan to build that generation and enhance capacity.
So with the hot weather, the increased population, I don't know how many data centers Colorado is getting, but obviously that'll be a draw.
Yeah.
Do you think this mitigation you just discussed will be in effect possibly when, so that we can avoid outages?
Yeah, it's a good question. So we're in the process of building out a variety of new generation out east, a couple of new wind farms that are going to be coming online. The new combustion turbines in Weld County at Fort St. Vrain are expected to come on in 2028. And it's, to be honest, it's not soon enough. You get a big data center, a hyperscaler that's 300 to 800 megawatts. For comparison, our Pawnee plant in Morgan County is 500 megawatts. And so trying to figure out how to make that all work and mesh is something that we're in conversations with the PUC right now. So, yeah, it's a very exciting time in the energy business, and we will continue to move forward as best as we can.
Thank you.
If I could, I've been following the sustainability actions Excel has been taking for a long time, so I'd like to commend you on your work on that ambitious goal. But I did have a follow-up question on conservation notices. We received the email, I believe it was from you maybe, like 2 hours ahead of time. Is there any way we can get that expedited so we can inform the community?
That's a very good point, Trustee Murphy. We were scrambling, to be honest, on that Thursday. We had some internal things happen and pop up, and the information was coming to us as fast as we could get it. I wish that we could have, advance notice of it, but sometimes things happen at a generation facility that then tips the scale in the opposite direction of where we need it to be. We're the state's largest utility, and we're also basically the balancing authority on the grid. And so when some of our assets maybe go down or aren't producing as much, we have a real heightened level of responsibility to make sure we do what we can. But I'll take that back to the team to see if there's any way we can, 24 hours in advance or anything of that nature. But, sometimes things really, all the dominoes fall in the wrong direction was really what happened on Thursday.
No, much appreciated. And I think we're willing to forward that information onto the community too.
And we do greatly appreciate everybody's assistance. I know a lot of folks from around the region, the counties and towns were forwarding it and putting it on social media. So thank you guys, because every little bit helped.
Just a quick question. The wildfire mitigation, I appreciate all those efforts, but I was curious if you have what the procedure is for reinforcing infrastructure that gets taken down with a wildfire, how we get everyone back online with utilities after an incident occurs.
Yeah, so it's a good question. I'll take a step back. We're really a nationally recognized leader in storm restoration. Minnesota gets a lot of very intense storms during the summertime. I've seen way more outages coming out of our Minnesota service territory than we have thankfully experienced this summer. When a big event does happen, we are able to rely on what's called mutual aid. So you get a bunch of other utilities nationwide who will come in and support us. So it won't just be XL crews trying to carry that burden and getting everybody back online. So recently we sent probably hundreds of guys from Colorado to Minnesota to help with some of those outages. And when some of the big hurricanes take place, we'll send crews all down there. So in the event where major wildfire happens and facilities get taken out, power gets lost, it'll be an all hands on deck effort to get everyone back out as fast as possible.
That's awesome. I know that's how the fire department responds too, is sharing resources. But I didn't know Excel did that, so that's really neat.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool. A lot of the major utilities are part of trade associations, and we all have these agreements with each other to assist. And so we can pull linemen from anywhere in the country to come and help.
Thank you.
Appreciate you guys. Thanks for what you do.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Okay, next I will bump up Newell Farm Park concept update. We'll have Keith Knoll to present on this. And I'm going to move it up just given the amount of people in the audience that are here for this tonight. Welcome, Keith.
All right, thank you. We can get started. So this is just a quick update from the Newell Farm Park concept update. After the last board meeting in July, it was brought to our attention to look into doing a conceptual design for the Newell Farm property. The Newell Farm property is a 13-acre property on the east side of County Line Road. And so for the planning process, we typically have a handful of park properties. And eventually those park properties, if we decide to move further with them, they usually go first into a conceptual design. Before the conceptual design, Port Committee's been talking about them. As an example, the Jaskowski property we've had in our inventory since 2012. Every year I've been on the Port Committee for about 5-6 years. We talk about that property still, and just you'll see later on that we are trying to get further along with that property into a conceptual design. So that would be the next step for the Newell Farm property, is to move it forward into a conceptual design. This can take anywhere from 6 to 12 months, depending on how thorough we want to get with this concept design. Following that, we go down to usually another year and a half to do construction documents, and then there's property construction. So we're still just with this property, we're just learning what's possible out there, what would the community like out there, what does the port and the board possibly like to see out there in the future. And so just to follow up, the Port Committee met about this property last Wednesday. Following a presentation from staff, Sarah and Butch, and public comment, the Port Committee recommended moving forward with a conceptual design. There was then a brief discussion following that. We looked at some examples of some amphitheaters, because with this property, there is a yearly concert event that takes place out there. And so some ideas for the property, having an amphitheater or possibly community arts center. And those will be the ideas we take in these early discussions with consultants as we go out for bid. So the Port Committee and kind of talk about bike and trail access, maybe golf cart parking out there, and then briefly discussed looking at like the list of amenities that could actually fit on the property. So it wasn't a real deep dive, and we're not going into a real deep dive with it tonight, because those would be the first steps with the consultants. So that is the update.
Trustees, questions? Pretty straightforward here. All right. I'll open it up now for quite a bit of people signed up. Says again, a reminder, I'll call your name. If you could come to the podium here, to the left of the room, state your name and address, and please keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. And we'll start off with Sarah Lincoln.
My name is Sarah Lincoln, and I live at 236 East Highway 56, home of Newell Farm Park. Good evening, trustees. When you bought the farm from us in January 2023, and 5 of you took part in that purchase, we all understood that the establishment of Newell Farm as a town park would preserve a cherished farmstead, while the town built a music and arts park around the protected structures. For a couple of years since then, Newell Farm Park was put on the back burner to make headway on other important parks projects. Recently, though, it's become apparent that Newell Farm Park needs to be moved from the back burner to the front burner and kept there, and here's why. First, developments are now occurring around the park. The town needs drawings and words to reference when they communicate the original vision and intended use of Newell Farm Park to others. To make my second point, I just want to ask, how many people are here for Newell Farm Park? We hear for the past decade so many people who talk to us at the farm concert and in between, like these folks, that they want an amphitheater and they would like it there because they know it works. Their words are, we need a larger amphitheater and we need more concerts. So to underline this point, I'd like to read from the 2024 Parks and Recreation Community Survey, where the community at large asked for this as well. And I quote, overall, the top-rated future amenities in terms of importance include bike and running trails, an outdoor pool, natural areas, and an amphitheater. The town is currently making good progress on trails, natural areas, and an outdoor pool, and that's awesome. We now feel we need to start on the Newell Farm Park Amphitheater. For these reasons, the Port, which is the Parks and Rec Committee, they reviewed Newell Farm Park at their August 6th meeting, as Keith Knoll said, and they unanimously recommended moving forward with a concept plan for the park, including an amphitheater as part of that concept. In that review, it was made clear that funds exist in this year's town budget to create the concept plan, and we need to take advantage of those funds before the year ends. In light of all of this, I would like to make 2 requests in closing. First, please vote to start the concept plan now to take advantage of available funding. And second, please keep Newell Farm Park on the front burner by setting aside 2026 funding to move the park through the planning process that Keith outlined and get to the next steps so that these folks here and the greater community know that the amphitheater they want is coming in the not too distant future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next will be Mr. Butch.
My name is Butch Hawes. I live at 236 East Highway 56, Newell Farm Park. This is my wife, Sarah. You just heard Sarah mention a word several times in her speech, and that word is community. Berthoud is more than just another town along the road. It's a community of kind, generous people who choose to live here because they want to. From the 5th-generation farmers to the hope-filled newcomers, this valley provides some of the finest living that can be found anywhere along the Front Range. And when these people speak up and make their wants and needs known, it's only proper to listen to their requests and act accordingly. There's nothing more powerful in bringing a community together than the arts and music. It's the universal language that exists in all of us, whether we realize it or not, that transcends the challenges we face in everyday life. An independent survey conducted last year revealed the top priorities, which Sarah mentioned. In January 2023, Berthoud purchased Newell Farm with the idea of eventually making it a music and arts park. Sarah and I would live in the historic 1879 farmhouse until our passing from this life. Now, 2.5 years later, we find ourselves with a project nearly forgotten as developers prepare to move dirt and build a subdivision that will surround this park, with no plans in place as to how the park will fit in with that neighborhood. So the next key word to remember tonight is the word wait. We can no longer wait for Newell Farm Park to be planned, especially with the developers pushing hard to keep the park from being built for its intended purpose. And friends, waiting is an incurable disease. Every day that we wait takes us one day closer to our last sunset. We started the farm concert 22 years ago with the hope that the community would respond to our dream of filling the valley with music. 150 people showed up for the first one, and now we sell 500 tickets every year in less than 15 minutes. But that's as many folks as we can handle with our current amphitheater. On one hand, it's great to know that we'll fill our venue every year, and we can plan to pay for top-tier national talent. On the other hand, only a fraction of the people who love music and the arts are able to attend our yearly shows. What that proved to us, to paraphrase Kevin Costner in Field of Dreams, if you build it, they will come. We know after 2 decades of successful shows, the people in this community will indeed come. So we're not asking the town to drop anything that's already in progress in favor of Newell Farm Park. All we ask is for a concept plan to be initiated, paid for with the funds already budgeted for 25, and for additional funds to be allocated in 26 and beyond as the Newell Farm Park moves forward toward completion. Taken from the back burner to the front burner, so to speak. The community has proven to us that they want this, and they deserve to have it. Thank you for your time. Citizens, thank you for your support.
Thank you very much. Casey Grace?
Hi everyone, good evening, Board of Trustees. I am Casey Grace. This is Nora Grace, and the reason why the farm concert isn't happening this year. So, very cute reason. I live at 2188 Cadman Street. I'm speaking on behalf of Newell Farm as the operations manager of the annual farm concert, but also as a citizen of Berthoud for more than 15 years. It's really hard to follow up a public comment after Butch and Sarah because they've covered this vision so well. So this is what I can add. Many of you have been to the farm to at least see the property and take in the views. Most of you have been to at least one farm concert and have been able to see what this magic is all about. So I'm proud to talk to my friends and extended family about how the town of Berthoud bought the farm in 2023 to develop it further to benefit the community with ideas like a bigger amphitheater, a performing arts center, a community center, and more. But we've reached a fork in the road with Farmstead third filing where in order to work with the developer to make decisions that are beneficial to them and for us, Newell Farm Park needs a fully fledged concept plan. And since this filing has already been approved, the need for a concept plan has never been stronger. We've heard from the community that they want an amphitheater, and the Newell Farm team is committed to providing input on that concept plan and logistics to make it happen. So I have come here tonight to ask 2 things with regard to Newell Farm. Number 1, please tonight vote to approve moving forward with the concept plan and thereby officially declaring the start to Newell Farm Park. And 2, approve funds to be allocated specifically to Newell Farm Park in 2026 to keep momentum going for the development into the future. Many of our parks have had great attention paid to them within the last 5 years, like Wagner Farm Park and Town Park. I believe it's Newell Farm Park's turn to shine. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Michael Stein?
Good evening. My name is Michael Stein, and along with my wife Carla, we live at 310 Victoria Street in Fickle Farm, just about a mile as the crow flies from Newell Farm. And I prompted to be here tonight both from a sense of grief and also a sense of enthusiasm. The enthusiasm is to echo what's already been said and to encourage you to move the project and the conceptual plan for the project forward with haste. The grief comes from the fact that there won't be a concert this year. There won't be a farm concert this year. We have, for the last several years, introduced people from Berthoud and from around Colorado to the joy that is the farm concert. And now we have to tell our friends that it's not going to be here this year. And the only relief from that is I don't get to sit at my computer and try to be one of those first people to get tickets, because it happens fast. So you gotta be on it. But the people that we have introduced to the concert have come from other places, some of whom travel all over the world and see world-class venues and world-class acts. But they make it a point every year to want to come to Berthoud and share this with us because of not just the talent that comes, but also the ambiance that comes along with it. And I don't think you can separate those things. So what speaks for this particular design and venue, a lot of the cities around here have amphitheaters. They're usually some kind of concrete structure, but this concept blends nature and blends the outdoors along with the opportunity to hear music, not only for adults but also for children. There's not a lot of places where you can go and take kids and go listen to a concert and they can kind of wander around and not be in people's way and enjoy that. So we need the amphitheater. We need expansion of the amphitheater so even more people can enjoy it. People from Berthoud and from around the rest of the state who will come and hear shows here. So the expansion of the venue itself, and also expansion of the opportunities for other concerts and other events to be there. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you for consideration. Let's get this done.
Deanne Mulvihill?
Hello, I'm Deanne Mulvihill. I live at 1504 Chokeberry Street here in Berthoud. Good evening, council members and neighbors. I'm here tonight to speak about Newell Farm Park, specifically the proof of concept plan that has already been funded by our town budget. The funds are there, the need is clear, as you can see, and now it's time for action. Newell Farm Park is more than just an idea on paper. It's an opportunity to create a multi-purpose space where our community can gather together, connect, and enjoy the outdoors in the garden spot of Colorado. This vision includes areas for children to play, families to picnic, walking paths for all ages, and an entertainment venue where we can host concerts, theater performances, festivals, and other events, bringing people together while preserving a piece of our heritage. The proof of concept plan is a critical first step. It's how we take this vision and turn it into something tangible. Designs, layouts, cost estimates, and timeliness. Without it, the park remains a someday dream. With it, we can move forward with purpose and momentum. Since the town has already allocated money, the question is not if we can do it, it's when we will start. The longer we wait, the more likely we are to lose both community enthusiasm and the benefit of current pricing. I'm respectfully asking the council to prioritize this plan and direct that it be started immediately. The residents who supported this budget item deserve to see the visible progress, and our community deserves to benefit from this investment sooner than later. I've been asking for a concert venue since 2013. Let's take the fundraising we've already committed and turn it into action. Let's make the Newell Farm Project proof of concept plan with its community gathering spaces and entertainment venue a priority. And let's begin the work now. Thank you so much for your time, your service to the community, and your attention this evening.
Thank you. Steve Mulvihill.
My name is Steve Mulvihill, Deanne's husband. Live at 1504 Chokeberry Street in Berthoud, and been there going on 12 years. I hadn't planned on speaking, so the first thing I'll say is what she said. I can't duplicate that. There is one point I'd like to ask the board and the mayor to consider seriously. And that is, as I've watched the funding grow and the projects grow for a lot of worthwhile recreation-oriented projects, it seems that the town has gotten into either the habit or the model of approving a project, and then once the project is approved, altering the project and moving the priority to something else, leaving behind unfinished projects and projects that vary quite a bit from the original approved concept by the voters. So I think that most of those end up in pretty good shape, but by the same token, they're not exactly what people were expecting. And they do expect things to be done, and I think the things that have been done very well. But we continually get into the same pattern that we're in with Newell Farm. And that is we go off on a project and we get it approved to a certain degree. And then the next thing we want to do is start another project. And the project behind either gets partially done late, never done. And in some cases, things are still sitting there. And the concept is very different than what was originally approved. And I realize it's not possible for the board to come to the town or the residents every single time that they want to make a change. But I think you should consider the fact that when you originally ask somebody to vote for something, they vote for the package. And then the option of providing input to the town when you go to make a change is very short. It's not well distributed, and the decision is made for the changes without consideration for completing the project. So all I'm asking is to complete the projects that are in place and stop putting things aside and reassessing the whole town, putting multiple projects on hold while something new is started. And in most cases, all these things are years down the road to get completed. So let's complete some stuff while we have the money. And that's it. And then what she said is more than I could have figured out. So thank you all for your time.
Next is Karen Simmons. It's probably not the right format. If you could send an email, that'd be better here. We're just doing a public comment right now. Vance Bunker?
Well, I don't really have much more to say other than what everybody's already said. Excuse me, Vance Bunker, Jackie Nelson, that's my wife, and we live at 1110 4th Street here in Berthoud. We're 12-year veterans of the farm concert, and I think we're one of two couples that have been married at the farm concert, or at the farm, that being Butch and Sarah and us. So that place has a special spot in our heart, as well as Butch and Sarah. Over the years, we've seen some epic performances. Some people like Pete Huntlinger, who on his guitar played 14 different parts all at the same time. I'm exaggerating, but as we're watching them, you're flabbergasted. Am I really listening to this? Is this really happening? Different things like Baxter Black and Kevin Davis and the Haunted Wind Chimes. And one of the most magical moments that I'll probably never forget was when Don Edwards finished his set with the Coyote song. And it's quiet. You could hear a pin drop out there. and there's the full moon and stars, and he finishes up this set with that. It's a once in a lifetime chance. He's now gone, not going to be around anymore. But year after year, that's the acts and the performers that we got to see that Butch brought in. People that have so much talent, in my opinion, they're never going to be famous because they are too talented. Somebody spoke a little while ago about how magical it is. It's extremely magical out there. I don't like to go to concerts. I don't like noise. I don't like being surrounded by thousands of people. To go to the farm concert and be sitting around with 500 of the most well-behaved people you've ever been around, and then to have sound that you can still have conversation with the person next to you and still not bother the people in front of you or behind you, it's incredible what they do out there. It's only been done by Butch and Sarah and Casey and Mike, and this little baby right here held up this year's show. That proves that this family has put their heart and soul in this, and with volunteer help, of course. But it's time for the town, especially now with the funds in place, get that concept plan going. Let's move into a construction design. Let's figure that out. I agree wholeheartedly. That should be being designed as the development is being designed. And the folks that get to buy houses next to that, if they keep putting on the same shows and the same things that have been happening year after year, what a blessing. They'll be able to walk out their back door on their deck and watch a really fabulous show. I think it's important. I don't want to see it drag on like Wagner Farm Park, and I realize that there was other circumstances that the town didn't have money back 20 years ago when that first started.
Mr. Buck, we're hitting the 3 minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's
all right.
Okay.
I realized that was going on, but yeah, we got some time and some money. Let's get this done and push forward. I appreciate you guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Was 11104 4th Street correct?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Mrs. Simmons, was there a question regarding Newell Farm by chance? I got you. Okay, that'll be at the end of the agenda. I'm sorry to dismiss you on that. Thank you. Okay, Jane Valier.
My name is Jane Valier. I live at 980 Mountain Avenue. I've lived in Berthoud a long, long time. And I'm pleased that Port recommended the trustees begin concept planning for Newell Farm Park. Music and Arts Park, I think is what they would like to call it. I feel this is a unique location that should be preserved for future use as a performing arts venue. I would like to think that our children and grandchildren will be able to enjoy the farm concerts as we have. And I echo everything that everyone has said about those concerts. It's an unbelievable experience. And if you haven't had one, I hope you get to come next year because it's just really something very special. I understand that you have already allocated money for the concept plan, and I am here to urge you to allocate money in 2026 budget to continue that process and move on to the next step in making the Music and Arts Park become a reality. The window of opportunity is now, and I think it is critical for you to act on it immediately so that it doesn't get lost in a lot of other parks issues and priorities that come to you. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Mark French, welcome.
Yeah, I don't have a baby or a script, so you just have to bear with me for 3 minutes. My name is Mark French, and I live at 2022 French Hill Drive, and that's south of Berthoud, about 2 miles. And I'm a 70-plus year resident of Berthoud. And I know when everybody sees me, they expect a history lesson, so we'll make it real short. The first event in this town in 1884 was a dance in the flour mill. They brought in the band from Longmont. They danced till sunrise. 1884, how far behind are we? Following that for about 50 years, there was a bandstand in Berthoud from the mid-1890s to 1943. And the bandstand was at a variety of different locations from 3rd Street to the southeast corner of 4th and Mountain, to the school grounds, which is now Fickle Park, to the area behind the United Brethren Church, which is now the Foursquare Church. We can do it. Now's the time to take the deep dive. My idea of this whole project was that we would have a bookend of Wagner Park on one end of the community and a bookend on the other end of the park, and that would be Newell Farm Park. We're lacking one of those bookends right now. So now it's time to take the deep dive and move to this conceptual plan and honor the wishes of all these people here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. We have no one else signed up. I understand that the agenda item slot for this was already full, so plus I moved it up. Is there anyone here that wishes to speak to Newell Farm that did not sign up? All right. Well, thank you everyone for speaking. I'll bring it back to the board for deliberation on this. Trustees, do you have any other questions for staff before we go into deliberation regarding this concept? Doesn't look like it. How do we all feel? Let's just go down the row. I'll start out with Trustee Albrecht.
Well, I could not agree more with the sentiment that's in the room. I think there's lack of words for how magical and important this space is for Berthoud, and the historical value is unparalleled, and the time is now. And so I'm excited that there are trailblazers in this room who aren't letting this go, who are making sure that this stays top of mind. And I absolutely support us not only approving the funds to get the design work in place, but to actually have a motion in place so that we can have a set date and time that we have that plan come back before us. And then I'd also like to make sure that we discuss allocating funds in 2026. I'm not sure what those would look like and what we would need to approve for funding, and that's where staff can weigh in. But I definitely would like to see this move forward. And I really resonated with Mr. Mulvihill's comments that I think sometimes we can tend to see so many projects ahead of us and start on all of them and not finish some of the more key ones that we need to complete. And so to me, this is one that was ahead of some of the ones that are on our docket, and it hasn't had any traction. And so I'd like to personally see this move up in importance in our line of events. So, and thank you so much, Mark French, for the history lesson. It makes me positively weepy when I hear about the things that they were doing, in the 1800s. So thank you again.
Okay. Administrator Kirk, on that note, with this to answer this question, so it's a $30,000 ask here, or Keith, I guess. When would this come back before us? Do you have any idea of a timeline?
To actually see a design, I mean, sometimes it takes. It probably takes us a month to solicit some bids right now, and then it typically takes 4 to 8 weeks before they start working on the design, because they do some internal research and dive into the property a little more. And then following that, it's usually you don't see a design for maybe another 8 weeks. We have had discussions with a design consultant earlier in the year, and that's kind of the timeline they put on the property.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just curious. Trustee Ayers?
Yeah, I'm obviously super supportive, and for what it's worth for everyone, if it appears that we're kind of resting on our laurels, that's not the face that we like to put out there. So I'll take my own personal responsibility for that and apologize to you all if that's the appearance that it is. The community aspect of this possibility is amazing. As all of the points that were made, it's a bookend, it's a community event, it's a community venue. It is a legacy of not only Butch and Sarah, but also of the town itself, the community members. It's something that everyone takes part in. It's something that everyone enjoys. And so I think that we can't pass up the opportunity to act as quickly as we can in government. And on top of that, if you guys agree, I would suggest that we also make sure that Butch and Sarah's vision of the property be taken at a high level when any designs are being made or whenever plans are being made, because they have spent their lives in this business with this kind of event, with this kind of situation, and they know what they were initially looking for, and whether or not that comes to 100% fruition, I don't think that we can discount their ideas for the design and the layouts and the different amenities that may or may not be put on this property.
Trustee Hardy?
What Carl said.
Okay.
And then, because I'm in a few words usually. So, but yeah, I definitely like the idea of getting a concept plan on here just so that we don't have developers around the park saying they didn't know what was going on there. And then having neighborhoods and houses being purchased complain about noises. Complain about noise and things like that. So having it pre-planned would definitely be helpful for preempting any developments, plans.
Thank you for that reminder. We just received mics again. We, for a while, did not have mics, so thank you for to do that throughout the night. All right, thank you. Trustee Wing.
Yeah. I'm just wondering if Mr. French enjoyed himself at the 1884 dance. I hope you did. just kidding. Hey, I absolutely support getting started with the concept plan. I'm very excited to see the plans and would absolutely love to attend a concert. And there are wonderful examples of venues similar to this all across the country. And I have a lot of faith in the town that will come up with a great concept.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
I've been supportive of this project from the get-go. I thought it was really critical that we get this in the budget last year, which I'm happy staff added. Going forth on this plan, I think it's time that we take this concept and provide a foundation for all of you out here in the audience involved on what this property, what this park, what this concert is going to look like in the future. I think it's important for Sarah and Butch, who have made this sacrifice, to have their input considered and weighted on this. Going beyond that, obviously it's incredibly critical for an arts and music venue to have a really in-depth concept plan that includes all the program and elements that go with that. So I would like to see a really detailed level of concept that accounts for a lot of the unique input that you would have from artists or musicians, as well as the audience. And then seeing this come back to review before us and the port, I think is really critical to getting this one right. So I would really love to get this thing moving. And to everyone in the audience, thank you for attending. Thank you for showing up. And we want your input on this going forth. We want you at the port meetings to provide that niche input that a venue like this deserves. So I'd like to thank you all for showing up, and let's get it going.
I agree with everything stated. And Sarah and Butch, thank you for your diligence. Thank you for coming before us several times earlier this year, recently. Keeping an eye on the ball of this developments coming in around you. Though it wasn't ideal how this all turned out, I'm really happy that you stepped up and made some calls and we're at the port meeting. And thank you, Keith, for allowing Sarah to present. I'm very happy that Port is recommending this going forward, and very happy to see the turnout tonight, though it does not surprise me. Just the amount of community that has surrounded you, Sarah and Butch, and what you guys have done there is truly taken on its own wings and now part of the town. So I'm very happy to see this go forward, and I agree with everything else the other trustees have said. And I also agree, too, that the consultants, whoever is chosen to do this concept plan, do interview Sarah and Butch and keep them a part of this whole process of developing this concept. So that's all I have to add. Are we all supportive of who made this original suggestion? Trustee Ayers' suggestion of having Sarah and Butch be a part of this concept plan update interviewed? Okay. And the other one I think you wanted was a time frame. It sounded like it would be...
I think it'd be good to set something out there, even 6 months, to say in 6 months we'd like to see this come back before us, just so that it doesn't go to the wayside.
Okay. I think that's fair. Is everyone supportive of that? You should be done before that, but okay, great. Okay, sounds like this level is an update. It's probably good we do a motion anyway, since we're directing staff to put 30,000 into this. So let's say, is there a motion? Go ahead. Sorry.
For clarity, there's already $30,000 in the budget that we put in for this fiscal year.
Okay.
We will receive proposals from interested design consultants we can review, and it may or may not be $30,000. So I think it's you don't have to direct us to spend $30,000. We already have it budgeted. We're already planning to move forward with the concept plan. It's great to hear your feedback and the feedback of the community tonight, and understand the timeline. We'll get it done.
Mayor Pro Tem.
If I could ask this as well, Administrator Kirk, when it comes to a 6-month update, would it be appropriate then to consider additional supplemental funding for the design process should we choose to go forward at that point?
Yes, that's our typical process. So just as a reminder for everybody, the way that we typically pursue projects is they're either identified in a master plan that you've approved, or you've directed us to put a project at the top of the priority list. Sounds like you're doing that tonight. And so we would then solicit proposals from consultants. We either do that in one fell swoop. If we have enough money budgeted for a larger design effort all the way through construction drawings, we would go ahead and solicit proposals for that entire amount. At this point, we had planned to do a concept plan. I think before tonight, there hadn't been talk of expediting construction drawings. So if that's something you want to do in the future, we can certainly do that. The intent was to get a concept plan prepared so that we had a kind of an agreed upon vision for the future of that property. After we do a concept plan, that typically gets us a pretty good idea of what we're asking a design consultant to then do from a construction drawing standpoint. That would be the next phase. That gets us a better price typically because we have a better idea of what that scope of that design work is going to be. We would bring that to you for approval at that point, budget the funds as needed, and then move forward with that design effort. And then once the construction drawings are done, then if you want to build it, you ask us to go out to bid. We go find contractors to do the work, and we contract for that work. That's how we've done every park in town.
Good.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah. So would it be typical to look at like a midsummer adjustment for this?
It depends on how long the concept design takes. I think we hear you loud and clear. We'll move this to the front of the list, and I would be surprised if it takes 6 months to do a concept plan. But the reality is, as you know, there's 1,000 things that happen every day. This will be one of them, and we'll work expeditiously to get it done. Will definitely be done in less than 6 months. So if we can be done before the end of the year, you could budget some money to do the next phase if that was your preference. If not, we could certainly do a mid-year budget adjustment, or we have prior to our mid-year budget adjustment, which typically takes place in August. As you know, we're going to be doing that at our next meeting. If you have something you want to add to the budget in March or April or some other time period prior to that, kind of formal mid-year adjustment, you can approve and authorize us to do that work and make the motion at the time to add funds at the mid-year. So we can kind of do that anytime. We will formally incorporate those funds at mid-year if needed, but you can authorize us to do that prior to. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I guess from my standpoint, I think we've got enough here and enough direction from Port to for sure move forward on the concept plan, and then we'll meet back 6 months or sooner. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so we're good on the direction.
I think so.
We're good.
Yes.
Okay, great. Awesome. Thank you, everyone. I'm here for Newell. Do not feel the need to stay if you don't want to, that's for sure. Appreciate you all showing up. We'll give it a second here. Next on our agenda will be the short-term rental regulation change.
Wow, quite a turnout for that. It's impressive.
And folks, if so we can keep the meeting going, if you'd like to talk, if you could please discuss outside of the boardroom. Thank you. Come on in, take a seat. All right. Okay, I'm going to call this meeting back to order. Next on our agenda is the short-term rental regulations, or regulation change, excuse me. This is a public hearing, and I'll have our senior planning manager, Ton Hillenbrand, discuss that in depth here. Thank you all for being here tonight. I'll turn it over to Ton. Thank you.
All right, good evening, Mayor, Trustees, Ton Hillenbrand, Town's Planning Manager.
Also, thank you. These are all good points. I also want to shout, this room is notoriously terrible for sound. Just since I started, it has been. Generally, we have earpieces to help out. I don't know if they're all deployed already. They are, okay. We're doing our best here, but if there's more remaining. Okay, there's more remaining if folks have a tough time hearing. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. Okay, so as you likely recall, the proposed short-term rental regulations code amendment was first presented to you on July 22nd, 2025. This is the second reading this evening. There have been no changes since the last hearing on the 22nd. Before the record, the code amendment proposes removal of the current 200-foot separation requirement between approved short-term rentals. Since implementing the short-term rental regulations in September of 2024, the town has received consistent feedback from one community member opposing the separation requirement and requesting its removal or requesting an exemption from the regulation. This individual was one of the 4 applicants that was not approved due to the separation requirement. The Planning Commission heard the proposed code amendment at their meeting on July 10th, 2025, and voted unanimously to recommend denial of the proposed amendment to the short-term rental regulations to the town board. The Planning Commission cited their rationale for denial based on the original purpose or intent of the separation requirement to protect the sense of community and livability of the town neighborhoods, based on the reality that the proposed amendment comes at the request of only one community member, and based on the limited amount of time the separation requirement has been in place, which is not sufficient to determine if the separation requirement needs revision. So again, no other changes are proposed. So I have 2 additional slides this evening, and then we'll wrap up rather quickly, I believe. But these slides are here to show you examples of the separation requirement. So they provide a visual of the existing 200-foot separation, and that's per the current regulation, and that is shown here in blue. And then they also show a 100-foot separation, which was a number that was brought up in the last public hearing. So again, the 100 feet is based on that previous conversation, and we have done no additional research on the 100, but since it came up, we just wanted to show you what that would look like. So again, the blue is the existing 200-foot separation, and this, what you're looking at in example 1 is the the Heron Lakes townhomes, and then the 100 feet would be the yellow. And of course, I have one additional slide, and I'm happy to go back and forth between the 2. So in this particular screen, this shows an approved short-term rental in a separate neighborhood, and this is more your standard single-family detached residential lot. So again, 200 feet is represented with blue, and then the yellow would be that 100 feet. So this gives you an idea. And as a reminder, the separation requirement is measured from center of dwelling to center of dwelling. And the purpose of that is because GIS data sets typically assign the address at the center of the structure. And again, for ease and management and mapping purposes, that tends to be the best route. Additionally, it should technically be from the dwelling itself, as that's where you're going to get any kind of disturbance or noise or what have you. So it's dwelling to dwelling. So with that, since there are no additional changes, and this is the second hearing, I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Planner Hillenbrand. Trustees, questions?
I have one.
Trustee Ayers.
Can you go back to the previous slide, please? I'm a little confused about the separation, and I apologize if you've answered this previously. It says on the bottom here, for this reason, the separation of rings of color can overlap, however, they cannot touch another home that is the center location. So
Yeah, that I can see. Yes, it's
yeah,
it
so
can be kind of confusing.
so
Yes.
according to this plot, all four, and these are not real, right?
These are actually four currently approved short-term rentals in the townhomes at Heron Lakes.
Okay, so the one that was denied, its sphere of influence was actually touching one of the other ones.
So yes, so as you see with the blue, there is overlap in the actual sphere. But what we don't want to see, because it is center of dwelling to center of dwelling, if that sphere actually touched the other residence, that's when it's within that 200 feet.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, you'll find that. So the two that are there on Grand Market or adjacent to the right of way, they're actually, the two blue ones are further than 200 feet apart. If those spheres started crossing even more, and where you see the little house symbol in the middle, and if that sphere actually touched that house in the middle, that's when we would have a problem.
Said differently, it's a radius from dwelling to dwelling.
Yeah, correct. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions? Go ahead.
Sure.
Yeah.
And you said because of the distance requirement, 4 have been denied in the past year?
That is correct.
And how many are currently operating?
We have 8 total within the town of Berthoud. So we have 4 just in the Heron Lake townhomes, and there were 4 others that had applied, but we had to reject their applications because they did not meet that separation requirement.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have 4 others throughout the town that have been approved. And we've had no others within the town of Berthoud that have been denied due to separation requirements.
And there's a max of 50, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, I'm done now, for real.
No, that's good.
Can you just say that again real quick? How many were rejected due to the 200 feet?
So 4 total, and they're all within the townhomes.
Okay, that was going to be mine. So out of those rejected, they're all multi-unit, or townhomes, I should say.
Yep, and just the Heron Lakes townhomes.
Okay.
Correct.
And then if you could refresh me, have we talked about an exception process that if someone were to come before court and ask and demonstrate their property is within a reasonable distance from another property and that they're an exceptional STR manager, that they could possibly get some type of variance for their property?
Yes, and so we did discuss this last time as well as during the hearing process. So generally the rule of thumb is that if you were wanting to make exceptions to a rule, then the rule should not be adopted. So it's either, as with the public hearing when this was adopted back in 2024, right? I'm getting my dates all mixed up.
I think you're right.
The idea was that either you establish a the hard rule that it's 200 or whatever denomination, and that if that's truly what you are comfortable with, it has to be applied equitably and across the board to each and every property. It's when you start getting into exceptions, it's then looks as if that's very, very arbitrary.
Mm-hmm.
And additionally, why would one property deserve an exception over another? And so it starts to become very messy very quickly. And so generally the idea is if you want exceptions, then it's best to just not go with the regulation.
Did we discuss in the last meeting about a 100-foot for multi-unit or townhomes and 200-foot for residential? Or am I making this up? And I thought there was some confusion over what we would do in that kind of boundary area where multifamily would go up against a single family.
We did come up, yes, yep, we did discuss that because again, there are challenges, and again, defining why there should be one separation for a certain housing type and not for another can become problematic. And that was one of those also unique scenarios that would inevitably come up, is that when you have townhomes, for instance, that are adjacent to a single family residential lot, how then do you make that distinguished? How do you define that? And how do you draw that line? It becomes very challenging. Enforcing becomes challenging.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Okay, well, this being a public hearing, there's no other questions. We can now move on to the actually public hearing portion. We have 3 signed up. once I state your name, if you could come to the front, to the podium here on your left, please state your name and address and keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. Thank you. Start out with Mindy Cruz. Welcome.
Hello. I would mention that with the whole Newell Farm thing, it would be great to have STRs for people to stay at when they come to those venues. I'm going to talk really fast like a New Yorker.
Could you state your name and address real quick, please?
Oh, Mindy Cruz, 1520 Harebell.
Thank you.
So I'm going to talk really fast like a New Yorker so I can get through this. So as you already know that we bought our townhome for STR purposes, and we were operating by the Metro responsible until Desante Bay happened. And rather than that person being dealt with, we were all suffered. So when you voted not to only limit the number of STRs, but also added the distance requirement, which is very unusual, we hunted down, paid for, and created all the 12 documents that the planning committee deemed that we needed. I stood here and told you guys at that time that I was going to cause tension within our community. And our pressure to hit a button at midnight, one of our 4 documents failed to send somehow. And even though we had it and it was stamped and dated, we were not allowed to submit it. So Dave and I at Financial Losses found a renter for 9 months while we pursued the STR. This renter loved our townhome, but was very disappointed in the neighborhood. Then, knowing that we had a month-long rental in between July and August, we decided to let friends and family stay during the next 2 months. So Dave and I are full-time caregivers of my parents, 85, 89 years old, both with cancer and one with dementia. So that does not allow us to stay in a 3-level townhome. It's not an option now, but we were hoping an option someday. The first friends that we had stay were approached by a woman in the neighborhood and asked what they were doing there. They were told that they told them they were on vacation. Then Dave and I received a message that night saying that we were being reported to the village for operating an illegal STR. The village is what a handful of ladies call themselves. We have a different name, but we corrected them and told them that they were our friends. See, the village feels like that they are now empowered and emboldened by the town to harass or question anyone that comes to stay in our place. So I'd like to know who in this room has to tell the community before you have a family member come stay at your house, if that's okay. So next we had my brother and my family come. 2 ladies approached them and asked them if they were renting from us. This harassment continued through anybody else we had staying. We managed a year-long rental next to one of the ladies who wrote a long, wildly lying email to you guys. A young family of 2 children, and they have been approached by these ladies, and they feel like they're constantly watched.
Mayor and trustees, if the speaker could focus on the issue and not the character of any person, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
So next we had a corporate rental in August. The first couple of days, they were constantly watched and scoured at. One of the ladies called the community officer, Teresa, and she came out and spoke to 2 of the workers. They had no clue about their accommodations as it was done through a corporation. They were told. They told her that we were operating an illegal STR.
Thank you. I'm sorry. We've hit the 3-minute limit.
Okay. Can I say one more thing really quick, please?
You can do 1 sentence here.
Yeah. So I'll take Dave's time. So, our 3-month rental was. They sent us a message and said we want to break our contract because we feel like we're being harassed. So this has caused Dave and I a lot of not but financial problems, but also physical pain and emotional pain. We have now decided to sell our property because we've not been allowed to do the short-term rental as we bought the property for. Apparently, we can't have friends and family over without them being harassed. And now we can't have a long-term rental without them being harassed. So the decision that you guys make today is really not going to affect us, but you should know that your decisions have already affected our community. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Cruz, I'm just assuming, well, that's just going to have to go into that time too. Okay, John Evans. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Trustees. Thank you for your time tonight. I'm one of the Danzante Bay Mafia that I think was kind of referred to. A year ago tomorrow...
Mr. Evans, do you mind stating your name and
Oh,
address?
sorry. John Evans, 3252 Danzante Bay Court.
Thank you.
A year ago tomorrow, this board approved the now policy for short-term rentals. Ton Hillebrand just spoke to the distance separation, which was highly debated prior to the approval, which started out at 500 feet and ultimately ended up at 200 feet at separation. And if I were to go on the VRBO website today, and I can show you, there are 10 operating short-term rentals in the Heron Lakes townhomes. There are 2 and maybe 3 elsewhere in the town of Berthoud. So per Ton's own document, 12 short-term rentals were applied for, 8 were approved, 4 were denied. I am wholeheartedly in favor of what the Planning Commission recommended, which is to leave it at 200 feet. We haven't had the policy in place for a year yet. Having exceptions and waivers will turn this into kind of a free-for-all. And I don't believe that there's anybody being served by that. And when we approved, the town approved 50, and you only have 8 operating, that means that there's not that much of a demand. And I believe the ultimate solution is look for a hotelier to come into town to help strengthen the attraction tourism base. It will benefit the local businesses. It will be an anchor property to help bring other growth into the community. So I would highly recommend that you do not change this requirement right now and give it time, like the Planning Commission said, and let it play out. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Matt Gavin, welcome.
My name is Matthew Gavin. I live at 3270 Danzante Bay Court. Trustees, Mayor Karspek, thank you for listening this evening. I just want to make 2 quick points. You have heard me for the last year. I was here a lot, along with a lot of my neighbors and a lot of people throughout Berthoud. This was a really highly contested issue. Turns out it was kind of a tempest in a teapot, given only 12 people applied, and most of them were in those townhomes. But I really believe in what the city has said is once you set this policy, you have to make policy instead of strong. You need to stay there and you need to give us some time to work so that you can collect data and then you can analyze and see if any changes are necessary. This was a really hard fought community compromise. There were not a lot of happy people when that got done, but through this democratic process and through people, neighbors listening to one another, we came to that compromise and now the city is implementing that. I'm really hoping that one person's personal financial situation doesn't undo all the work that this body and all the other members of the community that showed up over a year of hearings came up with this legislation. The other thing I'd like to remind you all of is, having been one of the people that lived on Danzante Bay, clearly there was a problem with the one property renting to 30 people at a time and having conventions and parties. But the other problem was concentration. There were 7 short-term rentals in our block. And now it sounds like there's 4 in the townhomes. They want 8, and maybe they want more. The concentration is a problem. While there are bad actors, even the people that do this better than the others, when there's 7 of them within your local community, it's noise, it's disruption, it's loss of community, it's all those things. So again, I just urge you to take that hard-fought decision, listen to your town employees, listen to the Planning Commission, and let's give this the time to work itself out and reconsider using data and analysis down the road where the entire community can participate again. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. That's all we have signed up. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak? All right, I'll close the public hearing, bring it back to the board for deliberation on this. Trustees, do we have any, after public hearing, any questions for staff?
I'll have a question. Has the number, based on some of the comments. I can't remember exactly who specifically said it, but has the number of, I guess, I hesitate to use the word, but illegal rentals gone down since the policy has been enacted, or is it still as hard to identify people who are renting against town policy?
Great question. My understanding is that we found initially that those numbers did go down, but unfortunately, I can't speak completely. As I haven't had this question had this conversation with Teresa Morgan, who is our neighborhood services officer. Last I knew is that through her evaluation of, VRBO or Airbnb, that she was not finding nearly as many violations. Now, that's not to say that individuals aren't finding unique ways to post their short-term rentals. I know you can list them in different ways that then they aren't as noticeable, if you will, and you can use other platforms or even local property management companies can also advertise for them. So that's not to say that that may be taking place, but I do know that Teresa does take steps to, as when she can, regulate and find those if she can. And we do, on occasion, receive concerns, and I know we have received a few just in the course of the last few weeks.
And on that note, and you may not be able to answer this because things are off the books in that regard, but for the properties that were found to be operating outside of the policy, how many of those, ballpark, right? How many of those could operate within the policy even with the 200-foot setback?
Oh, that's a good question, and I'm not sure since I don't know the specifics. Yeah, I'm not certain. Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
That's all.
Anything else for staff? All right. Well, we can bring it back to the board here regarding this has been discussed before. A separation or lack of separation requirement, or keeping it as is with the 200-foot. Do we want to get initial thoughts? We just go for a vote. Go ahead,
I
Trustee
do
Albrecht.
want to say that I appreciated Tan's response about the exceptions. I think that makes perfect sense, and I completely agree. And so I think having the policy be delivered equitably and the same to every person makes a lot of sense, and so I'd like to move forward with that. I also really appreciated, was it Mr. Gavin, his comments about the democratic process we did go through. We came, out of it with a lot of compromise, making everyone virtually unhappy, which is usually a good sign that you made a good compromise, right?
Yeah.
Same thing at home with your kids. If everyone's mad at you, then it's probably because everyone got a little bit of something they wanted. But I think for me, I still would be open to reducing the limits to 100 feet, just to make it more available to townhomes, because I think it can be a valuable thing to our community. I think we do need people visiting to have an economic center in Berthoud that's viable, which we don't have a lot of right now. And so I take that really seriously. I do not agree at all with removing the 200 or 100 foot buffer entirely. I think that could be really detrimental. As some people mentioned in the room too, that I think having an entire street full of STRs would change your way of life if you lived here. So those are just my initial comments.
Trustee Ayers, we can get done. Well, you don't have to say anything you don't want to, but Trustee Ayers?
Yeah, I would agree with those points. And I think, one, the policy hasn't really been on the books for long enough for us to understand the data points across the town. I think, two, they are lumped in certain specific areas, which is, granted, unfortunate for people who've had financial hardships for this. Regardless, I'm still in favor of a buffer. I'm okay negotiating whatever. I don't really 100 feet. I'm okay with having a conversation about that. But the reason that I am more in favor of keeping a buffer at least until we find out that it's not working is one, based on the question that I asked, right? How many might we actually have in town, and is there a way to make sure that they're following procedure and policy? And two, I don't want the people in areas of town that don't have HOAs or are not in a metro district to now be inundated, possibly without a buffer in those neighborhoods where short-term rentals are either rare or not the sort of stereotypical place for a short-term rental. And so I'm that was kind of the reason that I was for a distance buffer, even though it's unusual in our initial meetings back a year ago, was because I want to make sure that the people, like I said, who don't have the infrastructure already to protect them from overcrowding, that they now become affected by having zero buffer and having, you know, old townhomes or older neighborhoods sort of pop up neighbor to neighbor to neighbor. Not that that would happen, because there's not the 50 that we allowed in the first place, but just in case that were to possibly crop up in a specific area in the future based on developments or whatever that might come into town that we have no idea people might want to be next to, if that makes English sense. Sorry, everybody.
Okay. Yeah. Trustee Hardy?
Yeah, I completely agree with Ton on the whole thing about having variances. It's like, we shouldn't have any variances. Just tells us that there's something wrong with our code. I'm for either one. Either turn it on or turn it off. But there is a demand out there for people to stay, and I think that's where economic development really should be pushing towards getting, I don't know, Marriott Town Suites or somebody out there to build to take up this need that's out there. And yeah.
Okay.
That's about it.
Trustee Wing?
Yeah, I support the Planning Commission's unanimous decision not to change anything. But I have one question. Do the short-term rental tenants get to use the Metro District amenities?
That'd be Attorney Smith, would you know the answer to that?
I don't know the answer to that. And it may vary from district to district as to how they identify in-district residents. It seems to me that if they were identifying... It seems to me, I think it may vary from special district to special district, but it seems to me that it would depend on how the district is identifying in-district residents, and that if you have a driver's license from outside of the district, you would be an outside of the district resident. So my thought is that probably in that case, you would not be allowed to use those amenities.
Doesn't change my decision. I was just curious. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I'll just state that I stand with Planning Commission's decision and the substantial outcry I've heard in retaining the setbacks that we have set. I think it would be premature to drop those setbacks. It would be much easier to go down to 100 if we've got significant public outcry for that, but I don't believe we've heard that. And it would be much harder to go up from 100 to 200 if we do have problems in the future. So I am for retaining the 200-foot setback for those reasons.
Thank you.
Can I respond to
Yeah,
that
go
just really quick? I disagree with the assessment that we haven't had outcry against the setbacks, because the people who disagree with it are moving on. They're not coming to town hall and raising Cain. They're just moving on. And that's evidence in the fact that we had 30 and now we have, how many do we have on the books? 12. And so those statistics tell us alone in the last year we've lost half of the SDRs because of the policy. And I do think setbacks were probably a key component to that, among other things. But I do think we need to understand that the people who have issue with it have just left our town or have sold that property and are no longer operating. They're not coming and telling us about it.
Would it be equally accurate to say that those people maybe didn't want to take on the regulation or the duty as an SDR owner to their users, to the community, and moved on without making those comments. I mean, how many applications did we have?
So to confirm, we had 12 total. Yeah. And I would agree there's probably many components that go into why we have not seen the 30 that we're operating. Yeah, it could very well be because of probably elements such as the separation requirement or the other slew of requirements that are within our short-term rental regulations. I don't know that there's any indication that it would be solely because of the separation. I know much of our research that we did on the different types, the 200, 500, 600 that we presented during the public hearings, we were using maps of those short-term rentals we knew were existing and operating illegally as our base, and that's what we were using for those examples. So I do believe some of those, from my recollection, would have very well been able to meet the separation requirement. So I think that would be only one component or element, and probably a very small percentage may have walked away for that reason, but I don't know that it would be fair to say that they solely walked away for that reason.
And I wouldn't want to make any definitive statement one way or the other. I'm just proposing the possibility of this.
And I do agree. It's a variety of reasons. I think people are walking away. I just think that this could be one of them, and for us to consider that we're not hearing about it because they have just decided to move on.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I'm Mr. Gap. Geez, looking at the names, I used to know you guys by the back of my hand. So thank you. This all started before what happened in Don Zante. So how we leave this agenda item tonight, I just want to thank you, no matter what, for all your hard work bringing this to us. And now we actually have some type of policy. I know it may or may not be ideal, but it's better than how it started and what happened to you guys in Don Zante. So thank you. I'm a fan of moving it to 100. I don't think, it doesn't sound like anyone's a fan of totally eliminating it right now. And the not having any kind of exception process or appeal process. I agree with that. But the reason I think distance requirements are important. So it's not neighbor to neighbor to neighbor. Ton, your visual was actually kind of threw a wrench in my spokes watching that, because some of these areas looks like a neighbor to neighbor situation if it was 100 foot. Regardless, I'd like to give it a shot. I also want to remind people that this, if you're living in an HOA or an area with a metro, you are allowed to put in regulations that are more stringent than anything the town puts on. So this is really covering traditional areas of town before HOAs were in place. And not having any lodging to speak of, I'd like to encourage that. And I think we have other areas in our policy that really can manage, I can't ensure, but really can manage that we have good hosts. And if we have bad guests, there's a way to get them out promptly and keep the hosts accountable. So I'm a fan of moving it to 100. I'll stop there. Is there anything else anyone wants to add? Question?
Maybe if I could just add one thing. I really feel it's detrimental. I'm always open to reopening these things, but the fact that we're less than a year out on this policy, I think is a serious concern. And what does it say when we're making policy that we are making a turn this early in a policy with very little data? I think that's a significant concern for me. So that's all I've got.
Yeah, good point. If I respond to that, I
Go
think the
ahead.
reason I wanted to reduce it is because of the townhomes, figuring there needed to be a chance for them to be treated separate from single family. And that's why kind of that compromise came. Those are my thoughts. Anything else? We want to go to a vote, or I guess we have to decide how we vote.
Well, I have a question
ahead.
now based on y'all's comments. Would it be worthwhile for us to discuss? I understand it would be difficult to make sure, or to sort of police the difference between townhomes or higher density houses versus single family houses, if that is the sort of hang up that we're having, could we not address that, since that is the hang up? The separation doesn't seem to be by itself the hang up. The hang up seems to be the difference between someone who lives in a higher density area and someone who lives in a lower density area. And yes, it is more complicated, and yes, it is more difficult, but it seems like the spirit of the decision that we're trying to make would possibly be better served with a more specific policy, as opposed to a one-size-fits-all policy that just does not work within different districts. That's a genuine question. I'm not making a statement one way or another.
If I could maybe respond, Trustee Ayers. I really struggle with creating any kind of differentiation because of the wide variety of existing product that's out there that could be used for this. You have products of all types, and to define townhome versus single family home versus duplex or quadplex, it gets really hairy. So I think it's important that we stick to one consistent standard, and I believe the 200 accounts for the density across those areas. Obviously in a denser area it's harder. In a less dense area, as you kind of saw in existing neighborhoods where it's homes, you could have literally every other house or across the street. So obviously we have to come to a balance on this. I just think the reality of the diversity of the product that's out there that could be used for this is hard to define and leaves us exposed, in my opinion.
I have a quick question. So if the board does not want to change the code and keep the 200, then we don't have any motion tonight. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Or if we have a tie, I think same thing. Status quo, right?
That's correct. If unless a motion passes to adopt an ordinance that changes the code, then we continue status quo.
Makes sense.
Oh.
And the motion right now would be to totally, repeal and replace, removing any kind of distance requirement. Right?
And would that be the motion, or because Planning Commission recommended denial, would that be the motion?
I think that in this case, I think a lack of action is sufficient. We continue status quo. There's no need to deny the ordinance that was put in front of you. It just doesn't pass for lack of a motion and a vote.
Okay. So, is there any desire to go ahead with this with a 100-foot buffer instead of a 200?
I'm actually more confident leaving it as it was.
200.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, I would, based on all of the comments on the length that this policy has been in place, I would feel more comfortable waiting until we come up with a better idea.
Okay. Does anyone want to go ahead?
No, I concur.
Okay. Does anyone want to try to make a motion? You don't have to if you don't feel passionate about it. So. Otherwise, this thing just dies.
Kill it.
Dies for lack of a motion.
Okay.
No.
Yes, ordinance 1356 never moved, so this will never be in existence. So thank you all for the short-term rental. And thank you, staff, for all your work on this. You good to keep going, trustees?
Yep.
Okay, we'll move on now to item number 5, and this is a Habitat for Humanity Old Town Hall concept. And we have our Director of Habitat for Humanity, Tiffany Brody, here to present.
Mayor Karspeck, as Tiffany's coming up, just as a quick bit of background, as you may recall, the town owns the Old Town Hall property at the corner of Massachusetts and 3rd Street. The feed store, the Old Town Hall, and the bank building adjacent to it. A few years ago, We solicited proposals from interested developers to redevelop the site, turn it into, a mixed-use center with some new retail uses and offices and other things. We got pretty far down the road on that project, and unfortunately, the developer and the town couldn't come to an agreement that made sense for them in order to get financing to construct the project. Since that time, Habitat has reached out to us and asked about the possibility of redeveloping that site. They've prepared a concept that we've looked at, briefly from a staff perspective, but that I think is potentially exciting and worth looking at. And so we asked them to bring it to you so we could get your feedback if you want us to move forward and take some next steps and to see this thing move forward. And if not, that's okay too, but that's why we're here tonight. We're excited to have Tiffany Brody, the Executive Director from Habitat for Humanity, to present that to you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor Karsbeck and members of the Board of Trustees. Thank you for allowing us to present this concept. I will be presenting this evening, as well as David Strington and Josh McCarn with Asher Architects and Engineering. As Administrator Kirk mentioned, Birth at Habitat for Humanity. Yes.
I think that she is.
Sorry.
Got turned on. Okay, perfect.
Is that better?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Sorry about that. Birth at Habitat for Humanity endeavors to partner with the town of Berthoud to help solve the affordable housing crisis by presenting a proposed concept plan to redevelop the old town hall property located at 3rd and Massachusetts. This redevelopment will revitalize a historic landmark, support economic development, expand access to affordable housing, and enhance downtown vibrancy, creating a lasting community asset that will actually serve current and future generations. Furthermore, it will help position Birth at Habitat for Humanity to achieve our strategic goals surrounding partnership development and advocacy, increase awareness and engagement, and also focus on our comprehensive fund development so that we can build more homes like Trilby here that just closed recently. She is so excited. All of which will provide the needed funding to build capacity to further our impact in alignment with the needs of the community. And with that, as we all know, Berthoud is growing, but so is the housing gap. Too many local families are struggling to find a home that they can afford. Based on the Berthoud Housing Diversity Plan by Ayers Associates from April of this year, the housing crisis in Berthoud can really be summarized as a convergence of rapid population growth, limited housing diversity, and rising home prices, which together threaten housing affordability and community inclusivity. So the next few slides, I just want to walk through quickly in an effort to highlight the findings from that Berthoud Housing Diversity Plan. Berthoud's population has more than doubled since 2010 and is on track to continue growing steadily by 139%, to the tune of 139% by 2040. Median home prices have increased significantly, pricing out many working families. And a gap exists between what the home costs and what our local workers earn, especially those in education, healthcare, service, and retail. This image here depicts the, can you still hear me? Sorry about that. Depicts the community engagement efforts by Ayers Associates. When discussing the housing needs assessment with community members, they attended the Oktoberfest event and they asked the community members to take a sticker and consider and indicate what types of housing they thought that we needed and what they would like to see in our community. Some of you may have been there and participated in that, and if you did, I really appreciate you doing so. Ultimately, the town lacks the missing middle housing, which could be duplexes, smaller single-family homes, and affordable rentals. There is a very high percentage of cost-burdened households, and that means any household spending more than 30% of their gross monthly income on housing, and entry-level home ownership opportunities are scarce, even for dual income households. So this slide talks more about the demand and the rise for affordable housing for families that earn the 40 to 80% of the area median income, precisely the range that Berthoud Habitat serves. So existing and incoming residents in this income bracket can really not find housing that meets their needs, even though they work locally and contribute to our economy and community. Habitat truly does serve the heart of Berthoud's workforce. The colored boxes you see here on the screen, I've included various scenarios in order to depict who these individuals and families might be that we know. A Habitat homeowner might earn $40,000 annually, and with that salary, they may work at a local restaurant, they may work at Hayes Market, or even be a Town of Berthoud employee. Or perhaps a registered nurse earning $80,000 annually that has a child. Another likely scenario is a second grade teacher at Ivy Stockwell or any school within the district who has 2 children and earns $91,000 a year. Or perhaps a dual family consisting of a recently hired firefighter or EMT earning just shy of $72,000, where his spouse also works perhaps at the library on a part-time basis with 3 children for a combined household gross annual income of $89,000. And so these area median income levels are established by the Colorado Housing and Financing Authority on an annual basis. And you might be surprised to see that these annual income ranges, the minimum 40% and the maximum 80%, those amounts are rather high, and we just don't have the housing to accommodate them. Without intervention, we risk losing these teachers, caregivers, and essential workers to more affordable communities, diminished economic diversity, and lack of civic engagement. And so, in an effort to do our part to meet the growing need of increasing affordable housing stock, we are proposing a bold initiative, relocating and expanding our restore and creating a permanent home base for our operations. The strategic move will increase revenue, improve efficiency, and give us the capacity to build more homes for individuals and families in our community that need it the most. We truly think that this opportunity to partner with the town is worth considering, given the vibrancy that this project is sure to yield, along with the creating inclusivity and equity for all community members. Just imagine. Well, you really can't because you haven't seen it, but just wait. Our mission is not to be a developer. Rather, we see ourselves as an anchor tenant, much like House of Neighborly Services will be the anchor tenant for the Sunoco project. I envision a financial structure that blends multiple funding sources, a mix of public and private. Perhaps the town remains the owner of the property, or perhaps the partnership is formalized with the developer to build out this concept. Before we unveil the concept, I also want to make note that in addition to considering the data from that Berthoud Housing Diversity Plan, this plan also incorporates prior commentary in regard to proposed downtown redevelopment projects, the needs and wishes expressed by many community members, and takeaways from the brand assessment that the town just invested in, created by Chandler Thinks in May of this year as well. So with that, I'm going to allow Josh to get into the goodness.
Thank you, Tiffany. I'm Josh McCartan with Asher Architects and Engineers. And so if you all are not familiar with the site we're looking at here, it's on the corner of 3rd and Massachusetts. On the left of this image, you can see the old town hall, which used to be First National Bank way back in 1929. Converted the town hall. They used to store a fire engine in there. There was also a jail cell and a police magistrate in there as well. Later, I believe it was early 60s, the addition was added on next door, and which is not a historic aspect. And then the other historic building on this site, you can see right behind that little red Prius there, is the old scale house for the grain elevator there. And currently, it's kind of an underutilized corner. There's not a lot happening there. And we took a look at this with Tiffany as, potential office space in the old town hall building, and to see what we could do as far as, expanding the restore operations to help out the community in that way. So without further ado, I'll show you what we came up with here. So, leading off on that historic point, Massachusetts did used to be the original Main Street in town. And as you would get off the train depot, you exit the train depot and you walk off, you'd have a bustling downtown here, hotel down at the end of the block, shops, goods for sale, all sorts of wares available to you. And now, this corner is, kind of underutilized, not that exciting anymore. So we, in partnership with Habitat, have taken a look at this site to figure out how we can use it, how we can bring some vibrancy back to this corner of downtown Berthoud, and connect with that history, as well as connect with some of the improvements that are already slated for Berthoud. So what we're looking at, just from a planning perspective here, is the Old Town Hall. Would be the new Habitat administration offices. The Habitat Restore would be contained in a first floor and a basement area. And then there would also be availability for micro retail to help out, small businesses, startups, things like that. So, people aren't burdened by, huge rents and of an enormous space.
Josh, if you'll do us a favor, will you just move a little closer to the mic?
Sorry.
It'll pick up better if you're closer, and I apologize. Yeah, thank you.
Is that better, everybody?
I hate to have you lean down,
right.
but thank you.
Try and raise this thing up here. All right. Oh yeah, I can hear myself now. All right. So we also had space for restaurants, and then to help solve some of the issues with visitors to town not having a place to stay. We looked at where are people staying when they come for events in town? Where are they staying when they come for weddings? And it seemed like the perfect spot, historic context and all, to have a hotel introduced in this area. So we're also proposing a boutique hotel, something around 15 to 20 rooms to help with that. And so we're not losing all the visitors to neighboring communities. And also to kind of bring people into this area over here. They're staying there, they're walking by other shops, and this will just start to be a catalyst for, development adjacent, kind of incentivize other business owners to make improvements. And the other thing we're doing here is, y'all are probably aware of the 3rd Street improvements that are slated to happen. We're kind of looking at this as a terminus to that, so a buffer before you get to the neighborhood beyond, a stopping, gathering space for people. So this plaza, events can bleed right off of 3rd Street into this plaza, and all of these micro retail, restaurants, the hotel, Habitat, all have increased visibility, as well as all the other businesses in the area. And so that kind of sums it up from our planning perspective. I'm going to turn it over to David from our office to clue you in on how we're looking at the architecture for this. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. Can you guys hear me okay? Is that good? All right, great.
I want to lean into. I think
Yeah.
I got to lean
Right
into.
there, you good?
There we go.
All right. One goal for this was to create a building that fits in with the existing character of Berthoud. We all love downtown. We love the red brick buildings, so we want to make sure that we fit in with that. We also wanted to create a unique atmosphere that would draw people to this new destination, create a space that people want to go hang out and be within. So at the ground floor, we kept an approachable scale with features that are common within buildings that are 100 years old, while the upper level is a more contemporary feel, inviting guests to explore the upstairs, utilize one of the upper level seating areas. As Josh mentioned, this property is bookended by two historic buildings that will remain. And we've got on the right-hand side the old Berthoud elevator mill, the scale house. We've got one thought here to turn that into a bakery as a potential adaptive reuse. We've got a structure that reaches over top of it without touching it to comply with the Secretary of Interior standards for historical buildings, to create a new outdoor seating area upstairs that is a part of the hotel, bar, and restaurant. And then on the left-hand side, we have the old First National Bank, which, as mentioned, would become Habitat's offices. And then next door to that, to the east, we pulled from some older kind of stylings of downtown, what downtown was in Berthoud in the early 1900s, to create a classy, upscale Habitat for Humanity restore. This would be their primary entrance right off Massachusetts. They'd have a second entrance off the pedestrian alley that's there to the right. And then just to the right of Habitat's restore is about 1,000 square foot retail space. Maybe that gets divided into two retail spaces if there's a need. Trying to look for opportunities to create a space for a small business, someone that can't handle the larger rent or a larger space. A lot of the spaces that are available occasionally in Berthoud are much larger than that, and it's tough to take on as a small business owner. And then on the corner, that would be the primary entrance to what we're calling the Berthoud Grand Hotel. And you would enter in there to a lobby. And on the second floor, we have about 1,000 square feet of indoor seating area, along with a kitchen area for a restaurant. And there's almost 1,000 square feet of outdoor seating on the left-hand side above Habitat space. That's an outdoor seating area. And then on the right-hand side above the old weight station there is another outdoor seating area. And then on the third floor, we have a small indoor space for the hotel bar. It's just a rooftop bar with some additional outdoor seating up there. And as Josh said, we've got this currently designed with about 20 hotel rooms. That's a mixture of double queens, single queens, and some kings, and a few suites. So it all fits in here really nice. And then you can kind of see in the distance there underneath the bridge, we have 4 more micro retail. They're all about 300 to 500 square feet. Again, looking at small spaces, easy to rent. And the furthest structure is a 2-story restaurant space with another rooftop seating area there. So hopefully this allows everyone to dream a little bit. It's an honor to keep getting to come in front of you guys with these fun concepts, and can't wait to see some of them come to life. So appreciate it.
Thank you.
Just as some samples of other communities around that have done some similar things up in BV in the mountains, they've repurposed some areas. These are new structures, obviously, but it's just some simple detailing that creates some charm, some character. That's really what we're after. So just wanted to show some real world examples of what this space could look like.
Thank you both. I'm just amazed at the concept plan myself. I'm just in awe of your creativity in taking all of the conversations we've had and presenting this. So thank you. So in addition to the benefits to the town and the economic development and filling the needs that they've shared, this redevelopment project also does expand our capacity to serve. So I just want to dive into that a little bit more. So our local restore opened in 2001 as a donation center that sells new and gently used products in which the proceeds from the sales directly support our mission of building homes and improving the community. With expanded restore operations and permanent office space located in the hub at Old Town, Berthoud Habitat will increase our revenue to fund more affordable housing while operating more efficiently and sustainably in alignment with our mission and vision, ultimately contributing to the town's long-term housing stability as well as workforce retention. Furthermore, this positions our restore to better serve the community as a result of the increase in the retail sales floor square footage. Currently, even though we have a 2-story building consisting of about 10,500 square feet, our main level is only 4,500 square feet. So we often have to turn away the community that want to donate to us. We have to send them elsewhere because we just don't have the space. So we would be able to add the following departments, and I just want to share this with the community so you know in the future if this comes to fruition, we would be glad to take your donations so we can build more homes. We would be able to accommodate appliances, building materials, much like a typical Habitat Restore, cabinets, doors and windows, electrical and lighting, flooring, lawn and garden, outdoor patio furniture, paint, and plumbing. So all that said, in a true collaborative spirit with partnership in mind, Berthoud Habitat, we respectfully request that the Town Board of Trustees consider further exploration and due diligence in search of a potential right path forward. Accordingly, we at Berthoud Habitat, we are committed. My board is supportive. Several of them are here. My staff is here. We're committed to implementing a comprehensive capital campaign inclusive of historical preservation grants and support from Habitat for Humanity International in order to fund our portion of the project. The proposed redevelopment, let's just get back to the goodness. The proposed redevelopment at Berthoud's Old Town Hall represents a unique and timely opportunity to address our community's most pressing challenges while honoring our historic roots. We invite the town to join us in advancing this bold vision, because when we do build together, we build a better future for all. Thank you very much.
Trustees, any questions for staff or for Tiffany?
Yeah,
Trustee Wing?
The architecture is easy to comprehend. You see it, great ideas, rooftops, restaurants, little buildings, your space. That's to me, that's the easy part.
Mm-hmm.
The enigma comes in on the money.
Sure.
So you're
Right.
talking about, I think, I don't know what your term exactly was, but national habitat could help with the funding. So is there a next phase for you where you say, here's exactly what we're looking for from the town. We're trying to get a private investor to come in for the hotel. We're going to pony up our percentage of the square footage we're going to use. I'm lacking sort of that glue that says, how is this really going to come to fruition? Who's paying the bills?
That's
who
a
has
great
what
question.
role?
Yes, and as I stated, our mission is not to be a developer, to revitalize downtown properties by any stretch of the imagination. But we want to partner. What does that look like exactly? I'm not sure. But I know that we have a board and we would form a targeted steering committee to put heads together in the community that have financial understanding and the wherewithal to create a very comprehensive capital stack, again, for our portion of the funding. Now, that being said, Trustee Wade, we would also leverage relationships that we currently have and use our network to see what the possibilities are. But what I'm really asking for is to collaborate with the town to find out if you are supportive of this, to take it to the next step and dive in to figure out actual costs. What is the scope? And then to back into it that way, almost like reverse engineering. If I were a developer and I came here with my concept plan, I would obviously go through the planning commission and through the process. But here it's backwards to say, this is truly what we feel would be a great opportunity for the town and Berthoud Habitat. So together we can address affordable housing. Does that kind of answer your question? I wish I had all the answers
Yeah, I mean,
at
it
this
sounds
point.
like the phase 2 or the next step is what you just described. And, I commend you on thinking outside of the box and bringing what looks like a nice addition to the town. So thanks for all the work you've put in so far.
Sure. My pleasure.
Questions? Is there anything else going on Habitat like this? Is there anything else going on in Habitat International like this at all?
That's a great question. I've talked to the Restore division at Habitat International and asked that question. They have given me contact information for somebody in Philadelphia. There may be one, if at all. So I don't exactly have that answer, but I am completing that due diligence to find out, because I'm willing to bet this is not common. Because typically, if you go to Fort Collins, if you go to Greeley, if you go to Loveland, these buildings, it's the low rent district, for lack of a better word, right? I'm in real estate, not commercial, I'm on the residential side, but I know enough to know that Habitats will, move towards empty spaces, maybe an empty Big Lots building or something like that, a strip mall, or just off the beaten path where they're really not getting that community vibrancy and engagement. So this, in my opinion, and I'll get clarification from International, would truly potentially be a model of how we can be more inclusive in a community and create space. I mean, think about the shopping equity there within the community. So I don't know for sure, but I'll get back to you on that.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Mayor Karspek, I search for Habitat Humanity resale stores when we travel. It's just a little hobby of mine. And I have seen some more boutique style settings for some Habitat in the state of Washington, in California, where it is set in like a downtown setting, and it is more like a little shop than necessarily a restore. Now, if you want to get your tile and your sinks and things like that, there will be an area for that. However, the storefront with household goods and more, antiques and things like that, there's been some juicy things at this Habitat store. So I just wanted to let you know that I have been to Habitat resale stores where they're more set up like an antique store for that frontage.
And if I could, can I jump in? And you bring up some good points. And I just I brought some financial information for the last 5 years. I have our, Birth at Habitat financial amounts, but what I really want to focus on is our restore. So 2021, our income was $622,780. That's on donated goods, y'all. That is amazing. 21-22, we're at 633, 22-23, 590, 23-24, 610, 24-25, 555, and then we budgeted $600,000 for this current fiscal year. So our profit margins they have ranged during that 5-year period, 21% to 33%. Not too shabby. And we reinvest every single dollar back into our mission.
So are those numbers, are those net numbers after expenses?
Those are gross.
Are those revenue, are those
is
sales?
after expenses, right?
They're after expenses?
Mm-hmm.
All expenses?
Well, the first figure I gave you is gross.
Gross sales?
And then I gave you the profit margin, so I can tell you the expenses, yeah. But I thought it'd be good to focus on that income and then give you the margin. And I can do that for each year if you want. I'm also happy our financials are public information. So if anybody wants more information, we can definitely dive into that and take a look.
Well, we'll just go down the line. I started with Trustee Albrecht last time. We tried with Trustee Wing.
I'm not exactly sure what the question is. I like the concept. Mm-hmm. I like improving the town. I like the artist's rendition, the architecture. So it all looks like a plus to me. I just think the devil's in the detail, and there's a lot of financial questions to address. So I don't exactly know what the question is. I like the concept.
I think that is the answer to the question. Okay. I think the intent of tonight is not to make any decisions, obviously. The intent of tonight is to present the concept, to get your initial feedback, and if this is something that the town board wants us as staff to work with Habitat on, to refine a concept, to put together financial models, do all the things that we would typically do in a redevelopment project like this, then we will do that. We just don't want to spend the time and energy to do it if you look at it and you go, hey, we don't want to, this is neat, but no thanks. I mean, I don't think we didn't expect that to be the response, but we also want to make sure that you guys feel like this is worthy of the town's time and money to pursue this redevelopment opportunity.
Based on what I've seen, I would support that.
Great, thanks. Trustee Hardy.
Yeah, I think it's better than what's there now. I just want to see it move forward and see something happen. It'd be nice to get that infill completed.
Trustee Ayers?
Yeah. Possible hotel, check. Rooftop space, check. 3rd Street improvements, check. Parallels with Seneca and the whatever happens with the skate park, check. It's contained within a small area, which doesn't add to sprawl, so you're getting a lot of bang for whatever buck may or may not be proposed. And then partnership with Habitat, which puts money in different parts of it. The money that is spent basically goes back into the community, which is something that we're concerned with in other areas as well. So it checks a lot of boxes, and if the ask is just, would you like to move forward with negotiations or with planning, I think that's an easy yes.
Trustee Albrecht?
Yeah, I completely agree. I feel like the concept and the idea is just truly inspired to put a boutique hotel in the downtown area and make it feel historic and really highlight the history of the trains and people coming into town, and that Massachusetts Avenue reactivating that with not only the historic component but the commercial component where people can come and visit and spend money. I feel like that's all very connected, and so to have an organization in our town bring that to us, and you guys, fronting the money and doing these designs and bringing that to us is really amazing, and you didn't have to do that. And so in order to move forward, just please continue to let us know how we can partner and make things, continue. And I think the boutique version of the Habitat's going to be so awesome for our community, and it's going to benefit so many different people in the future. And I'm excited that it's all going to bring money to Berthoud, to stay in Berthoud, to help Berthoud families. So thank you so much, Corey.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I did have one question. Were something like this to proceed from a habitat standpoint, would this take priority over building homes, or would it line up side by side?
No, it wouldn't take priority by any means. That capital campaign would be separate from our budget that we have already approved and we're tracking towards. Also, I didn't give any history, but it's in the board packet if you all take a look to see what our impact has been. We have historically only built 1 to 1.5 a year, and we're a 25-year-old organization. This year, if things go well and we're on track with Harvest 47, we will close 6 homes. Cool. So we're already, making that impact, and we would not. I can't sleep at night if we're not doing our part to build homes for families.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so I would just second what I've heard here with the board. I think it's a really great concept. We've been wanting to develop this property for a long time, and I think it really comes down to what kind of budget are we looking at, how much is the town's contribution, Habitat, can we bring other folks on board? So I'm more than happy to investigate that. And thank you for bringing this to us.
I agree. It's so novel to me. So I'm very appreciative of this. And when you brought up that these usually go into kind of lower rent areas, it's so true. So if you were to say this without having the concept plan or just talk about this, I would be a little more hesitant. But I'm so appreciative, and Asher, I'm appreciative that you guys are in town. You guys do fantastic work, and Tiffany decided to bring them on board to see how this could look. And it looks fantastic. To have that kind of upscale front, to have all the different possibilities of a hotel, of a restaurant, different meeting areas, and then still have the restore out back. I think if this works out, it's almost better than the first go around at this, where that fell through. If this goes the way that this is kind of being presented right now, it's a win-win. It's absolutely fantastic. So, and I'd imagine you're just so novel and entrepreneurial in so many different areas that this hasn't been done before anywhere. So I'm no habitat expert, but I imagine there's going to be a lot of people watching you as this goes to see how this can be brought across the nation.
Well, and that leads me to share with you when we were at a conference in Vail for Habitat Colorado put it on, but Habitat Capital was there. Daniel Gura is his name with Habitat International. And he came up to me and he said, I remember meeting you the first time, but I just want to say that I'm hearing great things are happening in Berthoud. So their eyes are on us. So I just think we need to strike while the iron's hot and leverage that partnership.
Awesome. Well, I'm completely supportive too of just this next step, and I guess the steering committee's it, and working with staff to figure out that next step. So,
If I say any more, I will start crying. So I really appreciate your consideration and support.
well,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Mayor, can we have a...
Could I?
All right. Oh, I'm so excited for you. Awesome. Thank you for the invite. The yellow door. All right.
Pink door.
Pink door.
Pink
Oh,
door.
pink door. Open the wrong
Yellow
alley.
kitchen.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Excuse me, could I speak to the issue?
Sorry?
Could I speak to the issue?
Sure, Mr. Lack, go ahead.
Thank you. Brian Lack, 706 7th Street and 606 2nd Street, where my business is. This is genius. This is next level. Jimmy Carter is up there in heaven. He is looking down upon this, and it will be a blessed thing that will happen. The only thing I would add, what a great place to have a little fix-it repair shop. I hope you guys can make this happen. This would just be so awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. I did this out of order, but this brings up a very good point. Is there anyone here that was here for Habitat that wishes to speak to that? I'm sorry for not bringing that up earlier. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lack. We want to take a 5-minute break? All right, let's take a 5-minute break. for entertaining that break. I'm going to call the meeting back to order, and we will move on now to the Jaskowski update here. We have Keith Knoll back to present on this. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. So this is the Jaskowski property concept update, and I'll wait for it to present on the screen. Okay, there we go. Thank you. The Jaskowski property is located in the northwest corner of town. It's a 78-acre property north of Lone Tree Reservoir. The town acquired this property from Eileen Jaskowski in 2012. It is under a conservation easement promoting the property's agricultural, natural, scenic, and open space values. Historically, retriever dog training was performed on the property, and if you read through the conservation easement indeed, you'll see that it's brought up multiple times throughout it. What you're looking at in this picture, we have the 78-acre property. What's also shown in the red area is the building envelope. This is the only areas of the property where buildings can be built on. So we've talked about this property with the Port Committee probably over 10 years. In 2022, the Port Committee decided to kind of just write out some amenities and plans for the property. We were then going to take those plans and share them with Colorado Open Lands. Colorado Open Lands oversees the deed on the property. They monitor it and make sure we're in compliance. So after the Port Committee at that point had recommended disc golf course, agricultural uses of the property still. The buildings have always been something that are not well thought out yet, and that's going to be a recommendation from the board tonight if they have any recommendations for them. And then dog training was also something that was never, the Port Committee never said no dog training, but always just said keep exploring it. After they came up with their uses of the property, we shared that with Colorado Open Lands in 2023. Colorado Open Lands has a lot of questions every time you try to describe what you'd like to do to the property, so it became clear we need a picture we're all looking at together, so we can try to determine a proper use. I think the Port Committee also felt this could be easy. Could it be an open space to go walk trails? Yes. Little development, and that maybe was the easy way. Throughout the port meetings, anytime this property was brought up as an agenda item, we had members of the disc golf community show up, and we had usually dog training members also show up for the property. And so that's what's kind of led into the design where it is at now. So in 2024, we began working through the conceptual design with Wink, our design consultants. And in 2025, we have a design to share. This is kind of some stages of where that design went through. We talked about an artist shop in some of the buildings as maybe a possible use. We talked about having a dog park out there. We talked about having a 36-hole disc golf course. And where we left off with now is a property, and if you start on the east side, this is where the disc golf was placed. It seemed like this area had more hills and topography to work with. The center of the property has ponds that were historically used for retriever dog training, and those areas are also considered the wetland areas. And then the west side of the property would maintain a working farm. The building areas are not really, uses aren't really figured out for them yet. There is a large arena on the site. There is a condo apartment attached to that. The Port Committee had recommended maybe that'd be a good place for a public restroom if that site ever was to be developed, because the plumbing and utilities might already be there. There is a garage on site that's what could possibly be a good storage or maintenance building for the future, and then there's also a house on the site. Throughout the property, there would be trails working around. Now, discussing this concept with Colorado Open Lands, it is highly unlikely that we could try to for the acreage of grass and stuff there. It'd be hard to replant native grass in there without proper irrigation installed, because they're very hesitant to disrupt a large portion of this property at one time. And that's because they've had history in the past where entities went through trying to reestablish an area, and then they're just dealing with weeds. So anytime they see any type of development, there's a lot of questions. The topography we have shown, some little ridges and hills, probably those would be unlikely to be done on the property. So basically how the topography sits now is probably how it'd have to stay. They want to see as little disturbance as possible.
Keith, if I may, just as you're looking at this map, and if you're accustomed to looking at contour maps, it may feel a little misleading. The contour lines on the disc golf course that would normally be a little tighter, you can kind of see them up in the top corner of the screen because there is more topography on that east side. They've been removed, so it's easier to kind of see the disc golf course. So you're seeing the kind of the primary contour lines, those secondary ones that would show that that's a kind of a steeper, there's more terrain there. Those are kind of cleared out to make it easier to see the disc golf course arrangement. So while it might look like that area is flatter, that is, as Keith mentioned, that's the kind of the hillier side, and then the west side is a little bit flatter. It still has little contours as well, but.
Could I clarify on that? We're looking at 1 foot for the lighter and then 5 foot for each larger. Is that correct?
I believe that's true. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But there's some significant terrain differences out there when you're standing up on the south end of the property, or portions of the east end. You're at least 15 or 20 feet above where the grade where the house is.
All right. Thank you. These are some concepts for maybe some parking up at the north side. The disc golf community had shared that, I believe it was in Erie, that a new course was built and there was only about 20 parking spaces or something like that, and definitely not enough. So parking was looked at a little deeper. Now, how this compares to our port survey from 2024, this process started before then. Disc golf is listed, circled there. It's also listed as the least important future amenities as well in the survey. So it just kind of sits in the middle there. For the dog training, like I said, we've historically had different groups asked to use the property as it is now. And we consistently decline those requests. What's brought this a little more to the forefront for maybe hunting or retriever dog training is Longhagler Reservoir to the northwest is a CPW maintained property. It used to allow some sort of dog training, I believe along the eastern portion of it. Colorado Parks and Life did an audit of all of their state wildlife areas a couple years ago, and those areas are supposed to be used for hunting and fishing, so dog training didn't fit. So they removed dog training out there, and that was brought to our attention during this process. CPW did keep a dog training area up. It's north of Fort Collins, the Cobb Lake State Wildlife Area, so about 35 minutes from here. So there is a dog training site. There's a pond out there. It's very large up in, like I said, north in Fort Collins. So for board feedback tonight, any comments on the conceptual design so that we can take this, and the questions you ask will always, my response a lot of times will be like, we'll check with Colorado Open Lands on that. Feedback on the amenities, disc golf, the ponds, the agricultural use, buildings. And then we also have a recommendation that the Port Committee made. This is in February. After the February meeting, we have met with Colorado Open Lands a few times to discuss this concept before we felt we could bring it to the board still. So the board recommendation was for the town board and staff to consider a trial program for dog training on the property prior to full development. The staff recommendation is not to open to training, just because it doesn't seem like it's a Berthoud need, and Berthoud residents highly trying to use the property. It seems like groups from out of town, I believe they do live in the area. A lot of them do too still. With that, I'll pass it to the board for any feedback.
Thank you, Keith.
Yeah.
Trustees, any questions right off the bat? Trustee Ring.
Are there any kind of facts about disc golf? Is it growing in popularity? Is it dying? Would people really use it? I mean, people talk about our parks and our trails, and they love all that. And I just wonder, is this to get the best juice for the squeeze in doing a disc golf? I'm speaking from an area of ignorance. I just have no clue.
Right, and I can't speak to numbers. I know there are some members of the disc golf community here that could possibly answer that. I do know we've consistently heard it from a small group in town to have a disc golf course, and this was a site that seemed like it'd work. I do think they are popular. You can go, out of your way an hour into the mountains, and there'd be a disc golf course randomly, and the parking lot's full out there. So I think it could be used. I think it could be a decent draw, pulling from Loveland as well, to use this course.
You illustrated the paths and trails in some of the diagrams, but I don't see them listed as a number here, unless it's just the port recommendation. But our intent is still to have trails all through this, correct?
Correct.
Okay, great. Thank you.
If I may, one thing about disc golf, it's typical that disc golf doesn't function like traditional golf, in that you don't go to the clubhouse and pay for a tee time. It's much more informal. You're able to walk. There might be other folks out walking trails nearby while you're playing disc golf. There are disc golf courses like on school sites and other places. It's not an exclusive use of the property, is I guess what I'm trying to say.
It's frisbees with steel nets, right?
Yeah, and it's a very low impact opportunity, I think, relative to some of the other things. And the real issue here, and this is one of the reasons why, I'll just editorialize for a minute if you don't mind. But one of the reasons why we've had such a hard time figuring out what to do with this property is the conservation easement is very restrictive. For example, it says no livestock is allowed on the property. And so, when I very first started here back in 2018, some of the first meetings I had were with the school district and some interested folks who really wanted to do FFA, a collaborative relationship with the school district and their FFA program, or 4-H. But we couldn't have livestock on the property. And so while it could be used as a learning center, they couldn't bring animals out there and other things. There were some real limitations. As Keith mentioned, Colorado Open Lands that owns and holds the conservation easement does not want a significant amount of disturbance on the property. And so regrading, buildings are very limited, if not kind of explicitly excluded in a lot of ways. There are a lot of restrictions on this property. So a low impact use that requires very little quote unquote development, like disc golf, this is a great spot to put that kind of recreational amenity. It also has some unique terrain and features and other things. So that's really the reason I think why disc golf came to the forefront as a use for this site, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Other questions?
I have a couple. One question that I have is, what would it take, what resources and infrastructure would it take to just make this accessible to the public, for public use, for just trails and recreation?
Right. I think we would typically like to see some proper restrooms, ADA type of setup. So you would need a whole parking area figured out there. You need restrooms. That's like the minimum. There's the concern of what do you do with a house out there, and some of the other buildings. How do you handle that when you do have the public showing up and there's houses and stuff that people aren't living in and monitoring, I guess.
And
So
to follow up on that, are we able to remove any of those structures?
Yes.
And then my third question is, can we monetize anyone using the park, like for disc golf or for their retriever training? Could that be something that brings in money to help pay for those park improvements, or does it just have to be open?
We'd have to confirm the exact type of reservation use on the property with Colorado Open Lands. Commercial uses, I believe, is not allowed on the property. Agricultural, using as a lease for that is allowed, and that's currently one of the uses that's happening now.
And I will say, again, this project was kind of at the top of the burner list, and it got backburnered mostly because of the challenges associated with the conservation easement and trying to find some creative uses. I will say I met with Colorado Open Lands again very early on in my tenure here, and I don't say this flippantly. We said, we went through this long list of things. Jeremy and I, Jeremy Ollinger, our deputy town administrator, and I met with them. Said, hey, could we do this? Could we do this? Could we do this? Most of the answers were no, and the few things that they said yes to were kind of like, you'll have to show us exactly how you're going to do that before we'll say yes. And we threw out things like, could it be rented out as a wedding venue? It'd be a beautiful wedding destination. Nope, absolutely not. That's commercial use. Could we have a golf course there? No, that is a commercial use because you'd be charging for, green fees and things like that. So I think Keith's answer is a reasonable one, which is any ideas we have are good ideas. We just need to run them past Colorado Open Lands to get their feedback. At the end of that very first meeting, and I'll admit I was a little discouraged, we said, well, what should we do with the property? And they said, well, your best bet is to sell it. Sell it for residential use, for farming. It'll maintain its conservation easement. Somebody could live there, farm it if they want to, or just have a great piece of property. We considered that, but the park was added into kind of our port list as a future town park, and that then also prohibits us from selling it under state law without a vote of the public. So that complicates those things. So these are some, I think, having gone through the port committee process, this kind of refinement of concepts, back and forth with Colorado Open Lands, we could remove the buildings. I think the buildings, from our perspective as staff, is the biggest concern. You've got a lot of buildings out there that are, they're currently monitored, but that with the public being out there on a daily basis wouldn't be monitored enough, or we'd feel comfortable that they were safe, that they were, if they were not occupied, if they weren't being regularly used, right, they become kind of an attractive nuisance. Today they're behind a gate and a fence. They are monitored by staff and by the police and other things, and so we feel like they're okay today, but that's because there is no public out there. That dynamic changes a little bit. So I think that's an important part of the conversation for you to consider.
I do have one more question. When we have a conservation easement, is there ever any documentation of what the family's original intent for the property is?
That is exactly what the conservation easement is intended for. So the conservation easement itself is a long document that specifies, these are the conservation values of the property, these are the allowed uses, these are the prohibited uses. It really, the deed of a conservation easement, it specifies all those things, and that's agreed to by the property owner that gave the conservation easement to Colorado Open Lands in the first place, which was Ms. Jaskowski. So what is included in the deed of conservation easement really reflects what her intent of the property was.
That makes sense.
Right, and the easement was created in 2003, before that she had an idea of where the property was going to go to, and like I said, the town acquired it in 2012. So I think there was a period where other entities were being approached to take on the property, and they declined. I believe Loveland declined, and a couple others. So.
Questions?
I have a question that just came to my mind. As far as tearing down the buildings and whatnot, I'm hesitant to tear down that arena, whatever happens, just because it's a big giant building. Do you guys know if there's a limitation on the possibility of use by the fire district or sheriff's department for something in that arena?
I think that's something we'd want to evaluate and run past Colorado Open Lands. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good question because a few years ago, the Sheriff's Department lost their Toys for Tots location. We asked about it, but it's too late. We've already closed that. Got rid of it.
You know, we've considered moving our some of our staff out there. You know, like our forestry team, forestry and open space department. But it's really as far from town as you can get and still be in the town limits, excluding I-25. But you know, it is kind of at the edge of town, and someday as the town grows east, which will inevitably happen, and more development occurs out by I-25 and those kinds of things, it'll be really at the farthest part of town. And so, moving staff out there, we've talked about, but may not make sense. But using it for kind of temporary or maybe even permanent or semi-permanent uses that are public in nature might be possible. But we'll have to evaluate that.
Indoor golf.
If I could. Mayor Karspek. I just had a question for staff. What kind of security or additional funding would we need to implement should we go forward with some sort of pilot program for any user group out there? Has that been considered?
I think a lot of it depends on how the property ultimately ends up, kind of what the uses are, when it's open, when it's not open, whether or not the buildings stay or don't stay. The buildings actually provide a visual obstruction in a lot of ways. So like, you know, and the property is large enough that, you know, a police officer can't just drive by on County Road 14 and see the entire property, right? So you have to drive into the property, and even accessing the southern end of the property, you really can't see a lot of that even from the house without walking or driving back there. So, you know, we'd definitely want to have cameras in strategic locations to be able to monitor and be able to see what's going on out there. We'd want gates that lock at certain times to kind of prohibit overnight use. I think that's probably an important consideration out there. No camping and that kind of stuff. So we talked through some of those, but I think a lot of it, again, depends on ultimate use and whether or not the buildings stay.
Thank you.
There's no other questions right now. I know there's members of the public that want to speak to this. Okay. Thank you. And if you could state your name.
Yep. Yep. My name is Joe Socek with Platte Valley Hunter Retriever Club. My address is 564 Marcelina in Loveland. Yep. So I guess some of the restrictions that Mr. Kirk was pointing out to the property is it's very restrictive in its use. But one thing that it's not restrictive in is dog training. It's mentioned 4 times in the easement, and it actually says on the section 3, paragraph H, commercial or industrial activities, no commercial or industrial uses are allowed on the property except for dog training. And then it goes on to say also agriculture. So those are the 2 things that you could actually utilize it for commercially. We have proposed to have a pilot program to open up for us the Platte Valley Hunter Retriever Club to have access to the property on a trial basis, so that when hopefully when it is opened up for the public, that we would have a track record and a relationship with the town of Berthoud, so that you know what our club is about, how we operate, how we take care of the property. And so when it did open up to the public, we would also be able to work in conjunction with the public for the areas that we'd want to use. The ponds is one of the biggest things. Those ponds are cut for dog training. Specifically, it has different types of retriever skills and factors to train your dogs in those ponds. That's why she built them. I think the contour to the land is also big for dog training, and that's why she's got it laid out the way that she did. And you know that it's been 13 years that Bertha has had this property, and one of the biggest things that she's asked for is dog training, and there hasn't been any dog training. And we as a club can offer that without any cost to the town of Berthoud. We have our own insurance. We would be able to list the property on our insurance policy. We monitor our members so we know who is on the property, and we can tell whether or not they are members. And it's just something that Mrs. Jankowski really wanted, was to have dog training at that property. And we have the solution and can offer that without any impact to the town of Berthoud. Can I answer any questions? Does anybody have a question on what we do, how we do?
That. I just want to see if there's anyone else that wishes to speak to this real quick.
Sure.
My name is Wes Dillon, 2343 Helena Court in Loveland. Ms. Jankowski was a legacy member of our club. And, the property that she has is very unique. Professional dog trainers utilize properties just like that for the sole purpose of developing a professional hunting retrieving dog. We're not professionals, although we interact with professionals in our national organization, United Kennel Club Hunting Retriever Group. We're a certified 200 member club, basically front range membership. The ability to find a property with these characteristics is virtually impossible for anyone other than a professional that's going to generate it like Ms. Jankowski did for her own personal use. So the value may not be commercial, and the value may be very, very unique in an urban setting or a community setting, but to a select group of people, it is absolutely invaluable. And we drive by it all the time and realize what a waste it truly is for the resource that we try to develop. So, whereas the ultimate solution is very complex, and we've talked to you all before about this, we do offer a very specific, very unique solution that's specific to the concept or to the document that's been drawn up without terrible cost, without anything other than a access to the property under the guidance and regulations that you set for us. It's something that it's a shame to see it go to waste. And also, I think that we would have the ability to work with the town for the development and co-use of the Frisbee golf. I think is wonderful. So, that would not be a conflict for us at all, and would welcome, to have a multi-use thing. However, the key for us is the beauty of the property itself and what we can do with it. So thank you very much. I appreciate that. Jeff?
Point of order, Mayor, I move to extend the meeting to 10:30.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right.
Hi, my name is Jeff Miller. Live here in Berthoud, 739 13th Street. We are members of the club. We do look for places to train. We don't have a lot of places available to train with these unique features. We don't have a lot of places available to let the dogs run off leash. The way we train, we don't get all the dogs out together and let them all run and have a good time. It's usually very specific, one, maybe two dogs out at a time. They're under control. We take care of the properties because we respect it and we don't want to lose access to it. So I'd urge you to allow us to show you what we can do and how we would treat it.
Is there anyone else?
I'm Chris Huber. I live on 1513 Branch Street in Berthoud, just east of this property. I'm the father of Berthoud resident and junior world champion disc golfer Haley Huber, and now a two-time major winner. We have nowhere to practice in town. So here's a few numbers real quick. Centennial Park in Longmont had almost 1,000 unique players, and this is just from our scoring app that we use. Almost 1,000 unique players and 4,500 rounds just last year. There was, again, almost 1,000 unique players at Lou Miller Park and 4,000 rounds played last year. The Westview Middle School, which is a brand new course in Longmont, had 355 unique players, and because it's on school property and it's really restrictive of when we can play, there was 1,500 rounds. River Ranch in just off the interstate in, I don't know if it's Johnstown or Loveland there. It's probably the least desirable course in the area. Had almost 500 unique players last year as well. Mahaffey Park, they put us in the wasteland of the property, so there's no trees. Our local club, I'm part of the leadership board for the Longmont Club and the Loveland Club. We've taken all the dead trees that the city of Loveland is cutting down and put them on the course so we have obstacles to play with. And we also have a second set of baskets out there now donated from the club. So now we have multiple baskets we could play to on each hole. So we have nowhere to go within, without driving 20 minutes to play and practice. The sport, I don't have any data to back it up, but I heard during COVID it was the second fastest growing sport on the planet. So only beat by pickleball, and that was the first meeting I was here for, and there was a lot less people. We desire a course near us. I almost guarantee that we can put it to great use. There's bad apples in every group, but most of us are dedicated to cleaning up after ourselves, not making a mess, not doing anything irresponsible on the course except playing. The Longmont Club has just this year sold almost 400 tags, which is kind of the membership part of the club. And Loveland, which is a couple years old now, has sold almost. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
We want some disc golf.
Is there anyone else? Thank you all for speaking. Thanks Keith for coming back up. If the trustees have any questions for either the kennel club or the disc golf course, I consider you guys subject matter experts, so bring it back up if you guys have questions.
And one question, for the importance of the water for the dogs, what feeds those ponds, and do they stay at a high level all the time? Does anyone know that?
There is a little bit of groundwater on the property that kind of probably seeps from Lone Tree, but the water does have over 60 shares of CBT water and 2 shares of home supply water that's tied to the property and can't be moved off the property. So when the farmer does irrigate, that also does trickle into the ponds as well.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
There used to be some, I don't know if there still is, but there's some pretty good largemouth bass in those ponds. So if if it gets opened, I suspect those ponds will be empty real fast.
I guess I'd like just clarification on whether if the training takes place, could that be co-used with public use, or would that just be private use only? Meaning like the public could use it as recreation in addition to training, or would it have to be exclusive?
We got to get you in front of a mic to answer that. Keith, do you have any thoughts on that? I guess we can ask you after.
I'll
pass to Christy. Okay, sorry.
Yes, we could work simultaneously. The way that last plan was, where the farmland, and then on the other side was the disc golf. We're primarily interested in the ponds. So on the wetlands area, which is kind of isolated by itself there, it wouldn't be a problem to have disc golf people out there, or even people walking certain trails and stuff. I mean, there might be a little bit of logistics depending on where the trails are going, but we would be able to figure that out. And then as far as depending on the time of year, we would want to be able to use the farmland if it's possible, depending on where the crops are. If it's the off season and it's in the winter time and the crops aren't growing, that we could run the dogs on that side. And then also maybe prior to, or certain vegetations that would allow the dogs to run through it without damaging the crop. We would like to use that also. Does that help?
Any other questions? All right, how do we feel generally?
Really good. I think it's a beautiful piece of property, beautiful views, and for it to not be used by anybody does seem like quite a ways. So I support the uses we've talked about.
Trustee Hardy?
Seems like I would almost think it'd be one of our lower expensive projects because we can't really do any grading or earth moving or anything like that out there. Just go plant the metal frisbee trees, tree stakes.
Parking, lighting, and security.
Parking, lighting, and security are the biggest expenses.
Yeah, and then obviously we'll want to have restrooms out there. And those being able to use an existing building, if we're able to do that, will help bring that cost down. But there'll still be some expense there. Yes, it's likely to be one of our. You'll see here in a moment one of our least expensive opportunities.
And what were some ideas for the large arena building? Besides storage and stuff, would that be of interest to the dog trainers for the winter to use indoors, or that's something the frisbee golf would want to have a couple things inside for something? I don't know.
Yeah.
There's one
that I'm not sure exactly the answer for that one. So the port committee didn't really have an intended use. We've talked about opening that up for parking, I think. Yeah. I mean,
because it's a nice size arena. It's great space to do a variety of those things.
The current farmer has stored equipment or hay in there from time to time with permission. So that's about all it's been used for lately.
So what would be a reason with this, with the Hound Club to not allow, I know it's not potentially a town priority, it wasn't even in the surveys and whatnot, but do you see any other reasons not to, or can you just expound upon that? They're not being recommended here, right?
Right. I think so. I don't think we can be exclusive to just one club. So now we're, opening up for possibly other clubs wanting to use the property. So it feels like there need to be some type of reservation system created for this. I don't think, so then we're figuring out the form and how to do that. Is an automatic gate? Are we giving a combo out? How do we handle the property? I do agree, like they've said, the property's ready for them to use. It's and it is a lot nicer than the Cobb Lake property. I'd say just because of the way it's been maintained, and it was built for this essentially. But it is figuring out that reservation system and maybe not agreeing fully that it is something that you can also mix disc golf with at the same time. I don't think loose dogs are very popular. I know we do allow that in town in certain areas, but we also do receive a lot of complaints on it as well.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm seeing here 1 to 3 hours. I mean, this would all have to be worked out if the board even want to go ahead with this, but it doesn't seem like they're projecting an everyday thing, right? It seems to be pretty limited in the scope of when they want it. Sorry, I'm breaking my own rule here. I'm just, by the way, we just got this, so I'm just reading this now. But it seems like they want 1 to 3 hours with additional 1 to 2 group sessions per week. So it doesn't sound like this is every day. Okay, thanks. That's my question. I'm just thinking out loud here.
Okay.
I think the issue and the concern that we've had from the beginning is, one, opening it up for reserved or kind of specialized uses prior to it being open to the public, we think is problematic. And I think I hope everyone understands that practically speaking, this is a publicly owned piece of property, and the minute you open it up to one group, then you're gonna have a lot of other groups immediately saying, well, why can't we use it? And we need to be able to have it for our time. And now we're trying to turn this into a scheduled rentable asset for a large list of groups. And we've been approached by others, not just this retriever training group. And so I think prior to it being open to the public, that's problematic.
Okay.
After it's open to the public, whether that's with disc golf and walking trails, farm or otherwise, being able to utilize the property with some kind of reservation system is something that we could work through. I don't think that's now.
That was going to be my point, because like you can reserve a fickle for an event. There's a process, but
that's right.
You're saying we could do this. It's just out of order, kind of doing that.
But again, I think part of the challenge is we don't have a lot of facilities, with the exception of our ball fields. So we do have some that are like rented on a very consistent basis, right? Where it's like, we're going to have it every Tuesday from this time to this time. We're going to have it every, once a week from this time to this time. And then we're also going to have it on Saturdays from this time to this time. So that we don't have a lot of those arrangements. It's not to say that we can't, but that's just something we need to work through. But my suggestion would be that we not do that until it's open to the public. And part of that is because I think there's going to be some missing infrastructure. Again, we're going to have concerns about how is the property accessed, how is it managed, and frankly, it kind of speeds up that process ahead of the rest of this planning and development effort. And sometimes you get the cart before the horse, and then there's things that happen that you wish hadn't happened because it throws the other pieces off. We've had a lot of that conversation tonight already too about other park projects. So, from our perspective, if it's not open to the public, let's not open it yet. Once it's open to the public, let's work through the logistics of reserving the property for unique uses. And we're going to get a lot of those requests, right?
It's going to be a popular park.
It's going to be a popular spot. It's a beautiful place.
Because I can see even with the disc golf clubs too. If
you want to host an
scenario
event,
could be over there.
Or if you want to,
events, multiple clubs wanting to have use of it.
So we're going to have to try to balance all those prospective users, which is a good problem to have, right? If we're going to have this asset, we're going to invest the money. We want it to be well utilized. We want it to be used for both its, kind of primarily intended purpose, but also other good public uses. Balancing all those is, I think, going to be the trick.
I think what happens a lot is that we look at the whole picture of what it can be and what it can do, and it tends to stall things out because we can't put all the pieces together quite yet. And so I like the idea of taking it in stride. Let's open it up. Let's get it available to the public. Let's have public access so that it's absolutely striking out there. When we did our tour, I was just amazed how beautiful it is. And I'm so grateful for the conservation easement and how restrictive it is, because we tend to want to build on everything that we have, all of our assets. It'd be really great to not do that with this one and have it be just a place where you enjoy the beauty and it's not super active. I do respect greatly the groups that are coming forward with the retriever training, because that was the heart of the owner. And I think honoring what that was intended to be used for is incredibly important. And we think we'd all want that if we donated our property to a public use, is that we would have specific things we want to be honored. And so I'd love to work with those groups to create spaces where perhaps they have private access to, where you can observe the training taking place, but it is separate from the public. So perhaps some fencing or whatever implements you could put in where it's still happening simultaneously, and you can have the nature and you can have public use, but they're able to use at their leisure, something like that, where it's happening. And when you have the argument of, well, why can't we rent the park, and all those people coming forward, I think you could directly point to the conservation easement, just like you said, that the owner's intention was to have it be used for that use as well as farming. And those were the two laid out uses from what I understand in tonight's meeting. Any other uses are probably above and beyond, and perhaps we can find one of our other amazing parks to locate those things, because those are important too. Disc golf would be amazing, and having locals who are just thriving at that would be amazing. But if that doesn't fit in this park, I don't want to slow this project down to make everything fit when perhaps it shouldn't. Does that make any sense?
Cool. Trustee Ayers?
I agree with everyone's points. I'm all for dog training specifically because it's Ms. Jakowski's legacy. Disc golf seems like a good low impact sport to be putting on the property, especially since it's so restricted in the conservation easement. I am concerned from the town's perspective. If you open it up for reservations, you have to open it up equally to all reservations. As far as the multi-use, I'm not as concerned about having the dogs there with other multi-uses because those dogs are voice command and they're not running around chasing squirrels. They're working. They're working dogs. They're out there having fun because they're dogs and that's what they like to do. But they're not just kind of willy-nilly running around the property and getting into everybody's business. They don't chase frisbees. They don't, run up to people and say hello because they are there to work and that's what they want to be doing at that point. So I'm not concerned about having it. A dog park, I think, is a misnomer for what would be happening there. To your point about kind of opening up as soon as possible, is there anything keeping it from being just an open space that the ponds are reserved for dog training right now without any infrastructure, without any changes? If people just want to go there and walk in the field because it's an open space, is there anything keeping them from doing that besides possible problems with security?
That's our biggest concern is the security piece.
How's that different than like Bertha Reservoir and that property and those trails? Like how, because we're not necessarily monitoring closely all of our trails and parks, so how would this one be unique? And I know the buildings are unique, but we could almost section those off as to not be accessible in some way until they're removed, or is what I would assume. But I think that's a fair point. What's keeping us from just allowing people out there to use it? And then could maybe there be some disclaimer for people entering the park to say there's retriever training happening, please be respectful of the training that's taking place. Those things happen.
Again, I think there are illicit activities that happen in the reservoir from time to time, and the police have to show up and deal with them. And that's true of public open spaces. And so I think, from a community design perspective, and the idea of community policing through environmental design, the intent is to create highly visible and highly active spaces, right? Spaces that don't get used very frequently are also higher targets for vandalism and other illicit activities. And properties where it's very hard to monitor the entire property or to easily see. One of the benefits of the reservoir is it's highly visible. It's visible from the neighborhood, it's visible from the freeway, it's clear and open, right? So you can see. This property has some hiding spots. Not to say that is not uncommon with public open spaces, right? That's the reality of public open spaces. So my biggest concern is the buildings. It's not so much the open space itself. I think that if it is open to the public and it is not adequately monitored, we're going to have problems with those buildings. That's my biggest concern. I don't think that will be a regular and frequent occurrence. I'm hopeful that it wouldn't be. But we have buildings in the middle of town that are abandoned that are regular and frequent vandalism targets, even though they're in a highly visible location. And so they're also highly accessible, and this is a little bit farther from town, so maybe, kids or other folks who are up to no good may not want to walk out there or drive out there to go damage things, but it's just the reality is we're concerned about the buildings.
I was just going to say I would be in support of just taking the steps to remove the buildings because we can't quickly address that issue, it'd be a lot easier to just construct the buildings that we need. And I'd also be in favor of constructing soft surface trails similar to like Hillsdale, which isn't, I don't think there's any lighting on that trail either. You'd have lighting in the parking, but the trail would be lit. That would at least provide access for responders or whomever to monitor and get around safely.
There's an existing access road, so police officers can drive in and drive around the property. At nighttime, it'll be really dark, but that's true of every open space.
I do have one more question. When he brought up the comment about the dogs not chasing after frisbees, what about just the general public that are taking their dogs out there that aren't so well trained?
That's a problem in every park we have.
Yeah.
There's lots of folks who walk their dogs off leash in areas where that's not allowed. If you have a dog and you've walked it in town, you've probably experienced somebody else who was not a responsible owner and whose dog was not on a leash and was not, despite what they said, was not under voice control.
Yeah, because you've got dogs out there.
We have those problems on a frequent basis.
If the working dogs out there that aren't on leashes, because they're highly trained, but then someone's like, oh, their dog's not on a leash. But anyway, that's just one thing that popped in. Well, for me, talking here.
Right, and I'll just bring up, I know Colorado Openlands has expressed maintaining the way the property looks. So in my head, I believe you'd have to separate dog training and disc golf and say dog training's open 3 days a week, and that's all that's allowed on property, and disc golf is open the other 4 days a week. And that way the properties have time to rehab. They have concerns about the wetlands being destroyed by the dogs. And so they've already said that dog use should be limited on the property. So I think there'd have to be a balance like that had to go through. I do think it'd be tough to mix both at the same time.
And I do think there was concern from Colorado Openlands, even about disc golf, folks walking kind of through the native grass or the existing grass. I don't know if it's native, but whatever's been farmed out there. You make your own path when you're playing disc golf, right? You're not staying on an improved trail. And there was even concerns about, ongoing regular use of folks walking through those areas and impacting the conservation value of the property. I think I'm accurately describing that. Yeah. So it's a unique property and it has some incredible assets and it is a great destination for retriever training. And I think it'd be a great spot for disc golf.
I'm just glad we finally got a yes that we could do something.
Yeah, and I think that's what we've been working towards, getting some concurrence from Colorado Openlands. And if the board wants us to work with the Retriever Training Club and provide them some access through some lease or other permitted activity, we can figure that out too. So I think that's kind of up to you guys.
I'm sorry. This is a really difficult property, and I'm kind of concerned that we have yeses, we have yeses, we have no's, we have no's, we have yeses, we have no's, and we're in this feedback loop where nothing is happening because everything that could happen could be a no, even though it's a yes now. But if it's a no now, it's not going to be a yes, and we won't know unless the property is being used. And if the property can't be used, maybe the best policy is to just sell it or use it for something that is not open to the public. I don't want to keep going back over and over and over again with this property. And thank you guys for communicating with Openlands and everything for the past, what'd you say, since 2013?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's a long time, right? So if it's not being used, it needs to be. And if through using it we violate or are in danger of violating the conservation easement, well, that answers the question right there. But if we don't use it, we're never going to know whether or not those uses are acceptable.
Okay. I know, maybe this is a tough one. You already spoke, right?
I've spoke a couple times.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, how do you feel?
I was go.
Just another thing, what supplemental clearance do we need from open lands, or are we more or less good to go? Do you need the direction to take this concept further in the uses, or flesh those out more?
I think we do need to flesh out the uses of the buildings and stuff a little more.
Okay.
I know we'll have to check, but I believe they're going to want to see a management plan of the property for any areas we allow open for public use, and how are we going to manage that. So that would have to be put together first, also probably before public can use the property.
I guess from my perspective, I'm supportive of both uses. Obviously, we have security concerns, and it revolves around the building, so I would argue the next step for us would be, what are our options for the building and what are we replacing those with? I think that makes the most sense to proceed in that direction. I hesitate opening a pilot program if staff is not on board just yet. But I think it's worthwhile to take this to the end of the road and get to a final decision on, cost and use, and what this property is going to look like, yes, for us.
Yeah, thank you for speaking too. All of disc golf too, and together this is super tough. I mean, going through 2 rounds of potentially trying to sell this property, salvaging it, bringing it back. We're here, so this is a huge accomplishment just to even have some kind of design in front of us. And I love it. I love the idea of disc golf. I love the idea of folks coming here and have some kind of passive recreation on this area of town. Doesn't have anything else really other than the golf course. And I really like the idea of trying to integrate in retriever program. And it might not be, and it's glad we have some locals here, but just if it's not just locals, that's okay too. We have other things that can bring people into town, and maybe others will grow to use it. I would love to try and keep this idea alive here. I do agree with the trustees on, it's a good point that, I think several of you brought up, but just looking at these structures first, because those always seem to get in the way, is the parking and the structures. And I would love to also keep that arena too. So it's deciding which ones are totally useless for a municipality and ones that we could use for other types of recreation. From there, I agree with staff. It makes sense to not add the kennel club in until we have public access and other programs. But I could go the other way too and have kennel, you could do a permit with them. But bottom line is, I don't see a no. I think it's just a time frame of trying to wiggle in when we could do the kennel club if we wanted to do the retriever program. So I'm not looking at tonight as a no. It might not be next on the next thing we look at. So to me, I think, the next thing, to get back to Sean's point, would just be to look at the structures. Those seems to be the security concern of tampering with, and also blocking the view for emergency services. Once that's figured out, then it's just an implementation question of what program we're putting in first. And I agree with May, if there's multiple people saying, well, they get to use it, we do too, well, you can always point back to the easement that says particularly this is for retriever training, and this is an ideal property for that. So I'm for all this. I guess if we needed specific next steps, it would be to look at the structures.
Okay.
Does that help?
I have a couple things too.
If I could just add one more thing, I took a look at the parking schematics, and there is one point I wanted to bring up. I think a hammerhead style turnaround is probably negative. Having people back up and turn around seems like trouble. Having some sort of circular turnaround like Scheme 3, I think, would be more desirable. That's all I've got.
I was just going to come back to Trustee Ayer's point about I think it would be beneficial to ask first responders if they could utilize those buildings before we tear them down. Perhaps it could be a type of hub. I know that the fire district was going to put in a station hub on 287, and now that is not going to move forward because they're not building out there. And so perhaps a hub would be beneficial of some kind. Maybe just asking the question before we move forward, and then I would be in favor of moving forward with putting whatever buildings that are beneficial to public use, if that means tearing them down and putting in bathroom structures or an office building for recreation. I'm in favor of that. I think we have to put what's beneficial to the entire community at the forefront. I do think it is I think that because like the easement says that the dog training should continue, I still would be open to sectioning that off so they'd have a private entrance almost, or private sections of the property if it benefited them, if it benefited the town. And I would challenge us to say that this may not be the right property for disc golf because it's not in the easement, and it is going to cause the other groups to come in and say, well, why can't we do our type of recreation? I would just say, let's find a different property for disc golf because it is important, but perhaps this isn't it. And having that one more thing in here might convolute it for our open lands request. And, you know, when it's not specifically outlined and we can't really have a trajectory of how much impact it's going to have on the land, I would recommend that we remove that as from this part of the design and have some onus in looking for additional properties for those guys.
Interesting. Okay. Is there anyone else that wants to look into removing disc golf? Thoughts on that?
I guess I would ask the question before we preemptively remove that, I guess. What does that use look like? I mean, obviously it could be, I don't see it as an intense use of the property. I see it as compatible with retriever training, which is the thrust of the property along with the agricultural. I would hesitate to take that option off the table just yet, I guess.
And I think,
feel the same way.
Keith, correct me if I'm wrong, but for clarity, the disc golf, we have run past Colorado Open Lands. They expressed some concerns about how it be managed. We would definitely have to deal with that in our management plan. But they've kind of given us the tentative green light for disc golf.
Well, and I think it's different if it's just there's disc golf amenities out for the public to use versus a club of disc golfers using it regularly. Those are two different things to me.
I think our clear expectation is that it is a public open disc golf course. There's no club use. I mean, other than what might be done similarly to dog training through some reservation system for an event from time to time, just like we do all of our parks. But it would absolutely be an open public amenity.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds like we're largely supportive. Do you have any particular questions, staff, or clarity you need out of us?
No, I think I'll maybe bring this back to the port committee and we'll finish up this conceptual design and try to hammer out the buildings and the parking. Maybe there's a phased approach where one amenity's phased and the other amenity's phased, and what would that look like if one started before the other? Maybe we can look into that and bring that back.
Excellent.
Yeah, this is great feedback. I think that's really what we were hoping for. Kind of take the board committee's recommendations, the concept plan, get your feedback and understanding, and then we can take it and refine it from here. This is good. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And thank you. And we have all your stuff. So let me get that. Ribbons, I think. Someone have that thing?
Oh, they have here.
Thank you. Thank you for coming in.
Move those buildings to habitat.
There you go.
That's what I thought.
All right, I'll go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. It'd be great to have the fire department out there. They'd be there 24 hours a day.
Yeah, really. Sure. Built-in security. Okay. Our final agenda item tonight, regular agenda item tonight, is the Parks update. And this is Parks Master Plan update, excuse me. And I'll turn this over. Yeah, we have our Deputy Town Administrator, Jeremy Olinger.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, and trustees. Before I start, I just want to say I'm very aware it's late. I didn't hear though. Do we extend the meeting? Do we already do that?
We already did that.
I was
Yep.
in the restroom too, so I just want to make sure that. Also, I appreciate the people that stuck it out this late for this item, so I appreciate that. Just want to give you a Parks Master Plan update. Kind of a big picture, general kind of the projects we've been working on. Some of them you're very well versed on or fond of or recently just got completed. So I'm gonna try to get a condensed version. I had an hour-long presentation tonight, but seeing how it's later, I'm gonna try to get you fitted in about 10 minutes. So I want to start with the 2018 master plan. Was born out of the 2016 port plan through a lot of previous boards, or a couple of previous boards, previous committee work, consultant work, citizen initiative groups, different groups we had to put this together, and so we didn't have a plan before this. We had lots of properties, lots of different ideas, lots of things. The reason why I state this early and why it's important, when we developed this Parks Master Plan, it gave staff, some direction. It gave staff a path, and so as you'll see as I work through this, staff has been following that. It's great for staff to follow, bring you projects, let you decide what you want or don't want, get the community involved, get our communities involved. So in 2018. We kicked this off with what we identified 4 properties. Working left to right would be Knievel Park on the other side of 287, Richardson Park just north of Loveland Reservoir, Wagner Park, as you all know, is home to our rec center and our 4th of July, and then of course Town Park. When we started, the top 3 except for Town Park were just dirt. Town Park was thrown in as an anchor park to the center of town at the time, and desperately needed a renovation. So when we started in 2018, just wanted to bring up kind of the priorities that we were looking at back then in 5 to 10 years. Is people wanted trails and trail connections. Rec center was important, priority with aquatics, gym, fitness, and wellness, and that program space they preferred it at Wagner Farm. Also, the things that we talked about and were preferred were athletic fields, and then more space for special events. So we identified some priorities. The priority was the rec center, Wagner Farm, and Town Park renovation. The other 2 were not as shovel ready as the Wagner Farm Park and the rec center, and definitely not as priority. People wanted rec center, so we went through that process. What it does is just show you on the left that what the concept from the master plan was. The area in red is where the rec center is at. Just over 25 acres developed on that northern side. Completed just at 30 million and opened in 2021 and going strong. People very complimentary, very appreciative of that project. After that was done, or during that, we went on and we were working on plans as well for the next projects is Town Park. We put this in 2 phases. We identified the 2 phases early, mainly because in the second phase, on the eastern side of the park, there's ball fields there that you may or may not be aware of that we still need today. We didn't have any to displace ball field teams and softball teams and people that use that community that uses those fields. On the eastern side, we needed to wait until we built some more, so we phased this as a kind of at the time, a low-hanging fruit at the time to do phase 1 and get some more park amenities for the community. So we did the left side of the hashed red line, the west side, and you'll see some pictures and pictures from that opening. We opened that last year, as you guys are aware of, under this board, 2024 in September. So open to the public. We'll come back to phase 2 or at the end of the chart, but phase 2, as you see, it does have construction documents at 100%. That's ready to go. That's ready to be bid out next week if wanted. Meaning that it's ready to go, not meaning that it's ready to be built. Obviously, I talked about the baseball fields, but you'll see the plan there is the open fields. There is a band shell or an auditorium, amphitheater type in the southern part, and then more Veterans Memorial designed in there, as well as some more open areas for the community and kind of a bathroom type picnic area as part of that. We moved on. Part of the third area is Richardson, MVP Park. Mountain Vista is what that stands for. So we moved to that. We did these plans kind of in parallel. Once the rec center got done, we picked up Richardson and Town Park, did them in parallel. These are construction documents as well ready. This area is just north of Loveland Reservoir. You'll see some renderings. There's some concepts, pictures on the side of what that is it could be intended to look like. And then Richardson, kind of the outlay plan. This could be phased. This could be done at once, just depending on the plan moving forward. But this is 100% CDs are done, and the aquatics are at 50% for this project. Why we were doing these things, like we talked about and you heard earlier tonight, with some projects that come in and projects that you're approached. People got really excited with the rec center getting done, wanted more, the appetite, they were hungry, they were thirsty. So this was a project that is part of Richardson property, part of MVP Park design, still part of the master plan. But they wanted, again, the term a couple years ago that kept getting thrown out was low-hanging fruit. Is there something we can do for a couple $1 million to give the public amenity? And this was one of them chosen. So that's why it got kind of accelerated, as you also heard tonight, why things get accelerated, why things get chosen, why things get shelved. The southern portion, as you go around the lake of the bike park, was chosen to be that low-hanging fruit. So we got this project done, opened. I think it's been open for 2 years now, just at $2.2 million to do this, just a little over 20 acres. And there's some finished pictures of the product. All these so far have been under that master plan. Staff just working through it. This is the last property to that master plan. This is Knievel Park. It's on the other side of 287, on the other side of Richardson Park. This is the southern piece of the shared with the developer. This has been master plan. That's still in concept. That's still at the 2018 concept. There hasn't been any plans or any discussions of anything started on that. So that's still in the 2018 master plan concept stage. So we started completing things, started getting excited, started looking around. We're still in the master plan. The Arboretum came about. We're real successful with the bike park, real successful with the rec center, real successful with the town park. Once we moved, we felt that developing the southern portion of the Wagner Farm Park and completing that, and completing the master plan for this property, that's how this came up. This as you guys are aware, the southern part where the red, kind of the red, I don't know, Tetris piece is at is where the Arboretum. Currently, we're at 90% construction drawings. We intend to finish up in November and bring that to you at 100%, ready to continue if we like into construction or out to bid, as we say, and that's going along real well. So that'll be something we'll talk about or discuss. That's coming to shortly. Then also, we had some along the way as we as staff goes through the master plan and they kind of steer that bus and continue. Their focus is on that. Along the way, is even in tonight, you get added park projects for whatever reason. Organizations, citizen initiative groups, people that just care, a couple people, multiple people, to come to you and say, "Hey, I want to do this," and you heard that earlier tonight. So, in the last 3 years, we followed that master plan. But here's one to show also, to update that kind of the challenges, right, with dollars is what happens, and we make those decisions, and they're good, bad, or indifferent. But so I just want to show you some added park projects. So a low-hanging fruit, which is great. The lowest probably of the fruit, almost on the ground as far as when you talk about money compared to the other projects, was the Pioneer Park project. Really great project. Updated that community garden over there. You guys approved that just under, I think we spent just under $100,000 with our time and our staff involved in that. On the right is a concept plan for Roberts Lake Park. It's on the east side. It's an infill project. It's just at a design level right now, design concept. Finished probably 3 years ago and shelved. No interest yet to revive that, but I just want to show you that concept is done for Roberts Lake on the north side, so you're aware that we finished that. Another project that spawned from closing the town park and and the kind of the used tennis courts transitioned into pickleball at Town Park. This is one of those examples of a group coming in and saying, hey, sports popular, we'd like a place to go. Where can we go? We had a spot at Wagner that, we chose and selected, and we were able to, with your guys' support and community support and your help, to decide the eight new courts over there. And that's going well, and that's a great project. And there's 8 courts over there with shelters, and just on the south side of the basketball courts over there. The next one, just recently, the outdoor pool at the rec center. Again, just importance of an outdoor pool. The old pool, or the pool at the town park, the outdoor pool, became old, I should say. So that was decommissioned to do the renovation at the town park. We knew about that. Well, we didn't want to duplicate amenities. We had aquatics indoor at the rec center that we just completed. We developed a splash pad over at the town park as part of that design and that input at the time from our committees and boards and things like that. So what came about through Port in the community is those voices to start and look at building an outdoor pool at the rec center. So this, as you can see, is some designs, and you guys this board has worked through those. Currently, that will come in a proposal, and you'll see in one of the last slides here, we'll bring you a proposal in September after this meeting, and you'll have an opportunity to, decide if you want to move forward with that proposal. Just to begin design, to give you an idea, was just at $650,000. So that'll get us through design, get us construction plans. That's the next step as far as our process. And you saw some of that. Keith explained some of that through the no plan as part of that process. So we just want to make sure we commit to that in the next meeting, possibly. So these are a couple other ones, and that you heard tonight. Jaskowski, you just heard. Newell Farm, you heard earlier as well. And then I put this other one on here just this recently. You don't know much about it probably unless you got some emails. Hasn't been in a meeting yet. I put this up here because one, it identifies another sport that, like a disc golf and pickleball and things like that. So you're used to those, and working through those. Also, it suggests potentially some properties. One of them's Knievel, which is in our master plan. So you hear about that. And then lately, I think it was last Wednesday, the presentation was made at the port level. And I believe it's well received enough that they suggested that they come to you all. So this will be coming to you, just so you're aware. We don't need to pick paint colors and things tonight and roof shingles, but I'm just saying, hey, I'm gonna throw it on here so you guys are aware of the full picture at this point, and it'll be coming to you September. You guys can, or maybe October, depending on how the meetings lay out, but it'll be coming to you soon, and you guys can work through that.
Just one quick question. The upper right-hand square, I can't tell where that is.
Upper right hand?
That's a property
ahead,
that we
Chris.
don't currently own, but that the project proponent said might be a great
here.
spot. So.
We're not disclosing where it is right now.
Yeah, no, it's fine. It's the property south of Heritage Ridge. It's called the Wilson Farm. We do have a portion of that farm under contract, but not the entire thing.
Okay.
So.
Did we just buy that?
We haven't closed. There's still, some due diligence work. There's annexation work that has to be done. There's a lot of things that have to happen before we can close on the portion that we intend to buy. But we are under contract.
Thank you.
The board approved that. Trustee
Sorry,
Ayers, I
can
think, has a question.
Yeah, just because it came up tonight. So that you guys are aware, part of the presentation on the Knievel golf aspect was that sort of strip below the outlined golf holes was 30,000 foot view of a possible disc golf course as well. And I only bring that up because it came up earlier.
Yeah, the project proponent met with me about this park, and I don't want to get bogged down in this one because this was a idea brought to us by a resident who's also a golf pro, and I think it's a great idea. I think for the Knievel Park or for anything else, but the idea of a golf park, community facility, trails, other non-golf amenities, but also really learning focused facility. It's a neat idea, and the port committee did recommend that they present that to you. So we are going to bring that to you in the next couple months.
Cool.
So then last slide is just putting it all together. From the top down, you'll see that the progression, the top is the master plans. As you'll see, staff has been following the master plan. The green is what's completed. And what I just ran through, and what you'll see is the projects, the current status, and then the total project cost, whether it's been completed or it's been estimated. As we move through the top where it's, the master plan, you'll see the yellow, the next three. Those are ones that we are finishing up on construction documents, and we spent the time and you guys have invested the money in those to get those ready for, whenever it is you decide through this process. But I just want to say that as we work through, where you can see we're either completed or we're and open to the public, or we have three ready to go as we finish out that master plan. So then you drop down to the next ones, and with the added park projects that come in kind of through, the meetings and different deals for whatever reason, and we completed some of those. That's that Pioneer Park community garden, the pickleball courts. I put Farmstead Playground. That's not our playground, excuse me. Talking a little fast, sorry. I put that in there in italics. It's not our project, but you did invest in it, and I wanted to show that. Show you that the dollars that went out, and a great investment there. But I just wanted to show that as well, as that is a park, part of your park update for tonight. Just to be aware of that, the big picture. The orange, the outdoor pool at the rec center, like I suggested, a proposal for design and construction document services will be presented, in the next meeting or so through consent. You guys have approved us to get you that proposal. If we move forward, that'll be your opportunity at that time. But that proposal is coming at $650, and then you heard from Newell Park Farm tonight. I assumed we were going to move forward with the design, so that went orange there. So those are in design, different stages of moving. The next three, Jaskowski, as Keith showed you before, the design concept has been completed. He's, we're going to move to next steps and working with the open lands and tweaking some things from that. Roberts Lake Park is still shelved for now until further notice. And then Bertha Golf Park, like I suggested, is on here, and it's presented to you sometime in the next couple months. And then what I did at the bottom and then under the blue was just took everything that's been completed out, so you can kind of, for clarity, just kind of see what you're working with that we have. In the bottom, if you don't want to move back and forth along the grid and things like that, I just kind of, cleared it up in no particular order. I just kind of threw the stuff from the top to the bottom, so they're not prioritized in any other way. That's my presentation for this. Now, and Chris Farley, he's going to hopefully tag team on this with me and let you know what we kind of, the direction and the expectation, I guess.
Yeah. Part of our intention when we originally scheduled this was just to get all of these projects in front of you. We have a lot of competing priorities, and you've heard that tonight. Jaskowski, disc golf, dog training, Newell Farm amphitheater, outdoor pools. We have a lot of competing priorities, and we have a limited amount of funding, right? We're fortunate the town is healthy financially, and I've said this before. You hopefully recall me saying this lots of times. We're not broke. We just have to decide where to spend our money. Mm-hmm. We cannot build all of these things at once. And so I think as these projects come before us, some driven by the original 2018 master plan, that's where we've focused most of our time and attention as staff. Others driven by, motivated user groups and other folks who are excited to see new amenities built. We need direction from you about where you want us to focus. When we look at the list at the bottom of the page, that could be, for clarity, Jeremy has the number 30 to 40 million for Richardson. That we don't believe that's the total cost of the project. We believe that's a portion of the project. The original cost estimate we had done by a third-party construction firm for that entire park was upwards of $70 million, and so we can't afford a $70 million park. I can be confident of that today. We had proposed doing that in a phased fashion, starting with ball fields at the north and then kind of working south to the aquatics center maybe in 10 years, depending on kind of how funding lays out. That's actually kind of what drove the outdoor pool conversation, I think, was like, hey, we need an outdoor pool. This is a neat pool at Richardson, but if we can't get this done, for 10 years, that's not going to work. We got to get something done sooner. So that's why we pivoted to this Wagner Farm Park concept. There are creative funding strategies. There's financing. There's all kinds of things that could occur, but a lot of that is driven by what are the priorities that the town board sees. We can certainly give you what we think are the best priorities as staff. The Port Committee has weighed in on multiple occasions on a lot of these issues, and so, we're hoping, and it doesn't have to happen tonight, right? There's no rush. You're not going to decide to spend $70 million tonight, right? But we want to start this conversation because I think what's happening is we had this really defined parks master plan, and we started working that, and it's great. The rec center is a result of that. Town park is a result of that. The bike park is a result of that. We started Richardson with the intent that was the next phase of the parks master plan. We've had a lot of these issues and ideas come up over the last 5 years. We have a lot of awesome ideas, but we've got to zero in on what do we want to do as a community first, so that we can get through this list, right? We can't focus on everything. If you focus on everything, you focus on nothing, right? And that's a cliche. So we got to say, what are we getting done first? What's the biggest bang for the buck? What's the highest need? And where do we want to focus our money first? We may be financially capable of doing 2 or 3 things at once. And again, I think from my perspective, we want to start that conversation with you. We want to start you thinking about, maybe if money wasn't an object, what's the number one priority? Where do we focus there, right? And then we figure out how to get to that place. I think that's a great place to start. If we work the other direction and say, well, hey, we have X amount of money, and let's do what we can afford, I think we pigeonhole ourselves into maybe doing. I think we'll get some great projects. We have some awesome projects on the list, and I hope that you and the community also believes that we can deliver great parks projects like we have with the rec center and town park and others. But my suggestion would be, let's not pigeonhole ourselves by restricting us by funding. Let's say, what is the highest need? What do we want to get done first? And let's prioritize that, and let's figure out how to do it. And then let's work down the list from there. Again, you extend the meeting till 10:30, so I will point out it's about 10:27 right now. I'm sure everybody's getting tired. This isn't the best decision-making time of the day. But I think it's important that we hear public feedback, if that's okay with the board. And maybe you guys start to think about that.
So I guess we put out our priorities here already. We've had multiple iterations with outdoor pool, with the arboretum.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is back in front of us, and you're asking for priorities again. But you're adding Richardson in here.
No, Richardson's been in from the beginning, right? That was in the 2018 Parks Master Plan.
Right.
I'm concerned about Newell Farm Park. I'm concerned about Richardson. I'm concerned about Knievel. I'm concerned about all of those. I think practically speaking, from a town staff perspective, we don't have a dog in the fight, right? I mean, I live here. I have my own personal views about what I'd love to see. From a staff perspective, I think we have an idea of what the priority needs are. What do we need for our current programming? What do we need for future programming? I think we also have an idea of what the community wants are based on the surveys that we've done and the feedback that we've received in these public meetings. We have to try and balance all of that.
And I'm sorry, I phrased that wrong. Richardson is important. You guys are doing a great job.
It is.
I'm concerned is the wrong word. I'm a little curious though, because we've gone through pool seems to be the next, and then the arboretum.
And I will say, I think part of my concern as the town administrator, part of what's driving this is that we have some very big ticket items in front of us. And I want to confirm that we're spending the money on the things that you want. And so we have talked about those things, but we haven't talked about them in the context of all of the things in front of us. That's why I wanted to bring this to you, because the Arboretum could be $10 million. The outdoor pool could be $10 million plus. Newell Farm, who knows? I mean, if we're talking about amphitheaters and music venues, that could be $10 million plus. These aren't like the $1 and $2 million low-hanging fruit projects. And I think what we're staring at are big ticket items, and there's several of them. And we just want to make sure that as we move forward in the next 2 or 3 years, and we start to spend tens of millions of dollars on parks, if that's the board's desire, that we're doing that all. And I'm starting to have some concerns that I'm not sure I know what your priorities are. And I don't mean that in a negative way. It's just we've talked about a lot of things, and I think we're all excited about all these projects.
Yeah.
And I just want to make sure we're doing the right thing.
Because this came before us with a really good job. You guys did a good presentation on Richardson with kind of the funding that could be done at the time. This is why we all kind of got a little cold feet.
Yeah.
And then that's when we decided to kind of backtrack and just focus on the deposit stuff, focus on the arboretum and an outdoor pool, or some kind of pool, right? And then that's when we decided to do a survey to see where we stand.
Yep.
So we did already look at Richardson and stuff like that. This is coming to us back, but you want everything.
I just want you to see it all in context.
Okay.
So you know, look, we've got a long list of stuff. Some things that have been on the books for a while, some things that are more recent, some things that are very challenging to pull off, like Jeskowski, some things that are much more low-hanging fruit, easy, and we could knock out pretty quick. You know, there's just a lot in front of us, and I think part of what came out of the discussion, at least from my perspective, part of what came out of the discussion when we talked about Richardson was we need to look at the port plan again. Right, you could see. I mean, out of the 4 parks that were in the 2018 master plan, we've done 2, right, and we've got a 3rd one designed. So, but we've also added 3 or 4 more projects to the list. So for me, this is rather than go through a full new parks and open space master plan. If that's what you guys want to do, we could do that, but that will delay things a lot. I just wanted to put it all in context for you so that you could see it and say, these are the things we think are most important.
Okay.
And if the answer is, look, we already told you to do the outdoor pool at Wagner and the Arboretum, and we budgeted money to construct the Arboretum this year, by the way. That's fine with us. We just want to make sure we're all on the same page.
Okay, so this is like a final check.
That's kind of how I feel.
Okay.
This is a check-in and confirm that we're heading in the right direction as we're preparing to spend millions of dollars on park amenities in the next few years.
Okay, that's fair. And so we're both on the same page that the 30 to 40 million didn't seem accurate. In my head, it was about 70 to 84 million.
It was.
So you're saying 40 is probably
40 is probably ball fields and an aquatics facility. It's not the community lawn. It's not the full ball field complex. It's a portion of. It's an aquatics facility that's probably scaled down a bit, but still nice. But I think I also had this realization that the $70 million number scared a lot of folks, myself included. When we started the design project, we actually told the consultant we thought our max budget was 40, and that's what we were designing to. And when we got to the end of the design, the initial design phase, and had a cost estimated, and it was $70 million, we all joked. Actually, it was more than that. We actually value engineered it way down, even to that number. And so I also don't want everybody to feel like that is the only option. Hey, it's 70 million or nothing. It's not. We can phase this project in creative ways if that's something you want to do. We think we need ball fields. We can walk through all those details about how our current ball fields are used, the limitations they have, how our programming is capped and limited because of the amount of time and space that we have on those fields. We think ball fields are an important amenity. They were an important amenity in the 2018 master plan. And I don't want those to get shelved either from the town administrator perspective, because we have really good recreation programs that are limited in their scope because we don't have the programming space. So that's part of my concern with Richardson too. I'm concerned that we've spent this time and energy and money to prepare that project, and then we might put it on the shelf in favor of some other things. And if that's what the board wants, that's fine with us. But at the same time, that's going to limit what we can do from a programming standpoint moving forward.
kind of regret.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not trying to. I'm just trying to get all these. So this is an issue of budget, right? Because you did put a 30 to 40.
100%.
If we wanted, if money wasn't an issue, we'd just say do all this, right? So it is an issue of money.
If we had $100 million, we'd just say let's get it all done, but we don't.
And one doesn't preclude the other, right? So an arboretum does not preclude a Richardson.
I think we can do a couple of these projects at a time. It depends on how you want to do them. So, like, we don't have $30 or $40 million cash to build Richardson anyway. You would have to finance that project. We could do we could do a portion of the Arboretum and the outdoor pool. We can do, we can mix and match, I guess is what I'm saying. But I think a lot of that depends on priorities and what you're willing to fund.
It's 10:30, and these are huge, huge dollars and huge complex issues, and I don't think a lot of things are put to bed, even though we think they are. I think there's people that have different opinions and would like to discuss them. I would recommend that either we do a special session, or we get together, or we set aside 3 or 4 hours where we actually can delve into the details of each of these, and that's not what tonight's about.
If I could, to respect the public here, do we have public comment on this?
How would you do that?
Yeah, we were just making our comments
No.
before
I
public
agree,
comment.
public comment, and then let's have a study session to discuss everything that comes forward.
Perfect. Okay. No more questions from the board? We're just gonna.
Yep.
Okay. Let's do that. So we have 2 signed up, and then I know a lot of
I would
folks
like to
didn't have an
speak.
opportunity, so I'll just call on you. So we'll start off with the first.
Can we get a copy of this?
Is Karen Simmons still in here?
Yes, we'll send you a copy.
Okay, Karen was going to speak to that, but we have Carolyn Hobson.
Good evening, good night. Carolyn Hobson, I live at 817 Greenwood Drive. Like many of you, when I checked my mail last week, I found a flyer that said that we could build Richardson all at once and have a pool in the next 2 years. That sounds great. Not quite what I had heard, but what do I know? I'm only on the port committee the last 4 years. Been in several meetings about these projects, had hours and hours of discussions about these projects. So given that surprising information, I had some questions for town staff. Number one, the financing, is it feasible to take out, some kind of loan and finance this project all at once, build it all at once, versus phasing it, which is what we were told would happen in cash, taking 7 to 10 years. My second question is, sorry, very late. Can the aquatic center be built in phase 1? Because now we're hearing some ballparks and the aquatic center where we were told explicitly the aquatic center had to be built last because of the dirt work and where it's located on the property. We went around and around on how could we make the aquatic center happen first so that it could be a less expensive project, be done first. We suggested moving it to the top of the property or a different place on the property so it could be done first. And we were always told that is not an option. It has to be done after everything else is completed. So thirdly, if both of those things are true, then why did we ever go down the road of a pool at the rec center? If we could afford to do Richardson and get a pool within a couple years, then I feel silly now that I came to you all and said, let's find out how to get an outdoor pool at the rec center, because that's not what was communicated to Port through all of these meetings. So I guess just clarification on that. And you did clarify the 30 million because what Port was communicated was 84 in the first meeting through all the different phases. So I feel like I understand wanting to move that number down, but that is not the full scope of the project. So I appreciate the clarification on that cost difference. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Hello, my name is Laura Schoenfeld, and I live at 940 Bruce. So my house is 50 years old. It was built in the 70s, and it had no water issues for the first 50 years of its existence. Once the rec center was built, there's been extensive flooding in the basement. There's black mold. It's causing health issues for my children that live there and for myself. So my question for all of you, because you all seem to be very into doing all these projects, when you plan these projects or when you built the rec center, what type of impact study is done looking at groundwater? This seems to be a very marshy area, and Berthoud is not specifically known for strong like structural integrity and its marshiness. So proceeding forward, if these pools, these in-ground pools are built, and the pond and the arboretum, which is in the picture, what impact studies will be done to make sure that there's not additional flooding in my house, in my neighbors' houses, in any of the surrounding area? Then, if there is an impact study done, ideally by a third party, does the town of Berthoud actually look at that impact? Does it look at the study and really use that data? Furthermore, if you use the data or don't use the data of an impact study, what are the consequences for the city of Berthoud and the trustees for going ahead with projects that cause damage to the community? So this has been an ongoing issue, and I don't understand how these projects are move forward without looking at how the environment's impacted. So that's my question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. We're going to take questions right now. I'm writing down.
Cool.
Writing it down.
What's the address?
There. Yes.
Thanks, Will. So Jeff Hindman, 1020 4th Street. I really appreciate you guys' service. It is late. I sat for 16 years on the other side of that dais, so I kind of have a sense of how this goes, and these are really difficult, tough issues. Fortunately, we do have 1% sales tax, or we wouldn't be talking about any of this stuff. So, but anyway, you're our elected leaders. You're the representatives we charge to solve problems and prioritize and figure out these complicated things. I think over the years, some of my experiences with Berthoud has been that it's really common to come up with the reasons why things can't get done instead of focusing on how to get them done. And I really believe that myself and my colleagues on the 2018 town board, if we didn't have the can-do attitude that we did, the rec center and Wagner would not be there today. We ultimately prevailed by 2 votes in a special election to stop us from borrowing money, which it could not have been built without financing. You just can't build $30 million, $40 million projects with cash in a timely fashion. But we directed staff to solve problems, overcome obstacles, and figure out how to get it built. And it's okay to get new information and change your mind and change course. You don't just, as an elected official, I was always open to changing course if something came to light. And, I wish I would have gotten involved in some of the outdoor pool discussions, but, there is no news really about Berthoud or what the town board's doing. So I was not aware of the outdoor pool concept until pretty recently. But anyway, the survey identified new parks, trails, and an outdoor pool as a top priority, did not identify an arboretum. And building Richardson Park in phases checks all these boxes. Following the master plan makes sense, and you got to figure out how to weave in some of these other projects if they trump. So maybe Knievel has to wait. The Newell and some of these other things were not on the list when Knievel was designated in 2018. But anyway, I fully support an outdoor pool. The town really needs an outdoor pool. We had to close the old one because of safety concerns, and it was very unpopular. But we also really need ball fields. My kids are 31 and 28, and we have the same number of ball fields as we did when they were playing, right? So I've lived here 30 years. We have the exact same number of ball fields, and the ball fields on 5th Street are totally inadequate. They're dangerous. There's people standing in the street. There's balls hitting cars. They're outdated. So we need those as much as we need an outdoor pool. And my dad, 89 years old, swims twice a week at the rec center. 3 lap lanes is not adequate for a town of 14,000 people. And it's not going to get better. And the lap lanes are not just used for swimmers. They're used for fire training, lifeguard training, water aerobics. So anyway, the current plan to spend $10 million in cash on the Arboretum and $10 million in cash on the pool at Wagner are just not the best long-term thinking. And financing makes a lot of sense. It spreads out your cash. We have a guaranteed revenue stream. Saving your cash will free up money to design the concept at Newell. And I think the reason we got here is because of the $80 million, $70 million number and talking about a pool 10 years down the road, which is not acceptable. So Richardson's bid ready. It can go out to bid. The dirt work could start this year. And while the pool's designed, the cost of $650,000 to design the new pool at Wagner is the same about cost to finish the design of the pool at Richardson. And lap lanes could be added to that if you told staff to do that. And so if you phase and finance and value engineer Richardson, it can get started this year. The pool could start next spring, and it could be open the summer of 2027. They built the 50,000 square foot rec center in the 30-acre park. FCI built that in 16 months. It was amazing. So, thanks. Let me just do one more, Will, if you don't mind. So,
a minute, actually, Jeff.
Okay, thanks. So, the $10 million for the Wagner pool can be a 20% down
Thank you,
payment.
Mr. Hyman. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to follow the rules here.
Okay.
All right. Anyone else? Yeah.
Lauren Roth, 1735 Exeter Street. Sorry, my voice. I've been sitting for a few hours just like y'all. I have been on the port committee for the last 4 years, and we have been working on all of these projects, and I was really excited about Richardson Park. I thought it was an awesome park. I still do think it's an awesome park. The funding, of course, was a question which I don't have to answer, which I was really happy about. But when we were going through everything last year, looking at those plans, which were not at the 100% mark in terms of construction documents at that point, it came to light that it was the pool at that property was going to be 8 to 10 years. And that's where the survey came from last year, was us saying, you know, we probably need to ask people what they want. And the pool was, as you saw from the survey results earlier tonight, number 2 on the list. Open parks and trails are always number 1. We're working on those constantly. The pool was number 2. And so looking at Richardson Park, looking at an 8 to 10 year timeline and a $70 million price tag, we thought, what could we do differently? And so that's where we started looking at that outdoor pool. Looking at the outdoor pool at the rec center, there have been conversations recently saying things such as that the plumbing that was at the rec center was for an indoor pool to be put out there, which I have never heard before, just this recent conversation. I was always just told that they had plumbed it in the anticipation that something could be put there. The outdoor pool at the rec center was something, it fit the timeline, it fit the cost, it was something that we could do that the town really wanted. And so that was my motivator. And I want to remind you all that the 100% construction documents of Richardson Park and being ready to break ground on that was a conversation that we had during one of our meetings that I think it was Chris Kirk asked if they could continue with working on construction documents while we did the survey, with the caveat that the survey results would drive what that next project was. And so it wasn't that those construction documents are there and ready to go because we were going that direction. It's because there was the ask that we continue with that because that project was already working, with the caveat that we would change route if those survey results showed something different. And so I think that's where I start to get a little anxious, because I feel like the town said something very clear in that survey that they wanted that outdoor pool. And I don't think that the projects are mutually exclusive either. I think, like Chris said, you can work on multiple projects at one time, but I do think priorities are there that the town really does want the outdoor pool. And so I'm hopeful that you guys will keep that as kind of one of those top priorities. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, I'm Alex Hoyme, 2033 Cuda Court in Berthoud. I think just in listening to everything that's gone on tonight, and I've been kind of looking on from the outside over the years, we want a pool, or we as the community, it seems, want a pool. We as the community need more ballparks. I'm not as call me not as supportive of my kid to drive across the country to go to baseball games, and I've had to drive to Fort Collins, all the way to Fort Collins, every time for my kid's baseball game in a Berthoud club, and Granted, Chris goes to across the country for these things, but he's more a committed dad than I am, I guess. But I guess all I'm saying is it seems clear to me that we need ballparks and we need a pool, and it seems like Richardson is the place to do both of those. And if that comes at the loss of the arboretum or the delay of our arboretum, I would think that would make a lot of sense for what the community has been reaching out wanting to see. And so taking that 650,000 and plugging it into a design that would put that lap or put those pools over at Richardson, to me makes a lot of sense. But and then also using our cash, and maybe I finance too many things in life, but using our cash towards financing to make those community needs granted, I think that would be I don't know, a wise approach. But that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. Thank you all for staying in attendance tonight. I'll close the public comment portion, bring it back to the board. It sounds like we want to push this into a study session. Is that correct? Okay. Administrator Kirk, you have any final thoughts here?
You want me to answer the questions that were asked?
Oh, that would be great. Start out with that groundwater one, because I don't know if that not really related to recreation, but how we do business. So
there was an extensive amount of geotechnical investigation that was done during the construction of the rec center. We drilled test wells and took ground cores to do structural design, and that's typical on any project of that magnitude. Civil engineering firms reviewed all of those and made recommendations about all the infrastructure that would get built, the underground stormwater infrastructure, the above ground stormwater infrastructure. That pool, the indoor pool, actually sits on 121 concrete caissons that go down to bedrock because of the high groundwater in that area. The groundwater was actually on the park in some areas, if I remember right, and I'm quoting this off the top of my head. But if I remember right from those test well observations, the groundwater was as high as 3 or 4 feet below the surface before we built the park. And so we have communicated extensively with the previous property owner who sold it in 2024 at 940 Bruce about that issue. I understand that he had flooding in his basement. He installed a sump pump to deal with it and a trench drain around the outside of the foundation or around the exterior of the foundation. So, yeah, it's inside the basement, adjacent to the foundation walls.
Okay, so we do look at groundwater.
Yes, absolutely.
Repercussions, yeah, we verify all that.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't have any monitoring wells throughout Berthoud.
I'm not trying to downplay. I think you
Yeah.
have very specific concerns. I just don't know. What I'm saying is I don't know how I see how it's related to this in
Well, I wonder, like,
recreation.
if you build a
But, ma'am,
pool, how does that affect the groundwater?
I think what needs to happen is we can just sit down as a group. I think that'd be best.
I would love to come to that meeting.
Thank you. No, I would love
I
to
would love
invite you.
to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would
Okay.
love to.
Do you mind emailing me?
I will.
Okay, my card is right behind you, by Sergeant Williamson. But I'd love to set up a meeting with you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Phenomenal.
Do we want to go Ms. Hobson's questions about aquatics in phase 1? Why pool at rec center if Richardson, if it was in phase 1 of that?
I can answer those questions relatively briefly, I think. The reason why we didn't believe we could build the outdoor aquatics facility initially was because of the cost. We didn't have the cash to fund it. At the time, we were under the impression that we could not finance that park. So the financing mechanism that we used for Wagner requires the building serves as collateral, and so it's a complicated financing process. I'm not going to try to explain tonight. I'm happy to at a study session. But those certificates of participation are unique from bonds. It's not like you don't get a lump payment. You're actually paying a lease payment back to a trustee who holds that. You own the property, but a trustee is responsible for it, and you pay them back for the financing you receive. That's the simplest way I can explain it. But that building serves as collateral. We were under the impression that you could not do that because there wasn't enough asset value with Richardson Park. We've learned recently that may not be the case, and that we could likely issue that kind of financing in order to construct the park, and literally within the last 6 weeks or so. So it is possible, I think, that could be done. But And that was just through conversations with our underwriter that helped with us with our bond issuance that you approved for refunding the wastewater bonds. So it is possible, potentially, although that there's, those financing deals take months to put together. And the market has to be right in order to make them work. There's a lot of things that have to be done to figure that out. I don't want to preclude. I do think what I think Ms. Hobson and Ms. Roth articulated was, like, I think everybody was excited about Richardson Park, including staff. It was the next phase of the Parks Master Plan. From a phasing and financing perspective, it looked like it was undoable. And I also don't want to foreclose on the opportunity to build that park if that is the preferred construction, maybe with some tweaks, and some value and some creative value engineering. But if that's the preferred park project, I don't want to foreclose on it because we have new information that could give us the opportunity to potentially construct it. Not saying we definitely can. That requires a lot of analysis, requires comprehensive, financial work with an underwriter and bond counsel and all these things to try and figure all that stuff out. But I would also be remiss if we moved forward with tens of millions of dollars in cash-funded park projects if that was the board's priority. And I don't know that we really had that conversation clearly. At the time, it was, hey, we can't afford this park and we can't build this pool today because we don't have the cash to do that. It's going to take a lot of time for us to get there. And no, we cannot build that as phase one with the money that we have. And so we pivoted to this outdoor pool concept with the idea that it would be a lot simpler to build. The infrastructure is already in place, generally speaking. There's parking, there's all these other things that you don't have to construct in order to build a pool that you would have to do at Richardson. And so I think that's what drove us down that road. And admittedly, this is relatively newer information that I think is relevant to the conversation. So that's why I think that's why it's new information for everyone, including the port committee and the board.
All right. So if there's nothing else, trustees, it sounds like we'll just schedule this for a meeting. I don't know if we can set that date tonight, but we'll have an upcoming meeting, special study session just to focus on our Parks Master Plan and priorities. And would you expect to have funding options so we have a little bit better idea of financing?
Yes. Yeah, and knowing that we would have the time, we'll give you a really comprehensive review of how that could be done if that's what you want to do.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, everybody. We will go into executive session after this, so we will do reports next. And we'll start off with Trustee Wing this time.
I'll bring my reports back next time at the time that we're looking at right now.
Okay. Trustee Albrecht.
I just wanted to make mention of the citizen email about having to pay to take their kids to a rec center. I know it was a while ago that we had brought up implementing some type of system where you don't have to pay when you're not using the facility. You're just taking your children. So I don't know if we have an update on when that's going to be implemented, but I hope it's sometime soon.
Do you have any thoughts?
I think we generally solved that problem, but it's late and I don't remember the specifics. I will make sure that I get that answer back to you. But Amanda and I did talk about it. She reviewed it with her staff. We talked about all the various kind of, what's the right term? The unintended consequences, and how can we limit that in kind of practical ways. So, again, anytime you're there for a program like, swim lessons or basketball, we don't charge parents to get in. But if you're taking your kid to the pool and they're swimming during open swim, we typically charge parents even if if they tell us they're not going to swim. There are some other ways we can handle that, and I think we generally dealt with that. But I'll get you a formal response. I apologize.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Ayers?
I have a few as well, but I'll withhold them until next time. There's nothing pressing.
Trustee Hardy?
Just a quick one. Berthoud Main Street is in talks with Downtown Business Collaborative. We're going to be merging, it looks like.
Oh,
and
right.
We're trying to form a new board. And part of the Main Street thing is to get town support. So I've been speaking with Gail down at Colorado Main Street. She is free September 30th to give the town trustees a 30-minute virtual presentation, if that's possible to get on the agenda for the September 30th.
I was making a note about the rec center. I didn't want to forget. What was that?
I was trying to ask if we could possibly, to get Main Street support, we have to have town support. So Gail of the Colorado Main Street wants to do a virtual presentation. Takes about 30 minutes. And September 30th she will be available, which is Tuesday night, I think.
September 30th?
That's a fifth Tuesday. So we'll have to talk about, do you want to have a study session to talk about park priorities on that fifth Tuesday? Do you want to do that sooner than that? But September 30th, I think, is a fifth Tuesday where we would not normally have a meeting.
And do you need it sooner rather than later because?
We can do it later too,
Okay.
but let's just.
Okay.
We're in motion.
Well, regardless of the date, are we supportive of getting this on the agenda so they can move forward?
Yeah, I think I'd like clarification on the structure, how the town's involved, how the businesses are going to be represented, just a little bit more of that. Because I basically, I would like to make sure we're able to help get grant funding to business owners, and if town staff can do that or not, I don't know if they're allowed to, or if it has to be a separate entity. With everything Tim's done, I'm glad he's, heading this up. I'd also like to see if we could get some other business owners to take charge and get them invested and involved and to take ownership of it. And so, wanting to see if how that structure works since Tim's on the board, if they would feel more involved, if they could take a leadership role in that. And so just some of those questions I think Tim would help us know what the structure's gonna be like going forward so we can get some moving parts from staff.
The structure is in what the board is going to look like?
Yeah.
The board, and also how the town can support it. Can town staff work, toward grant funding alongside this group since we've designated staff now to help, and can.
I think that's where the presentation from Colorado Main Street would be helpful to the board.
Okay. Yeah, that would be awesome. Thank you.
Okay. So let's. I don't. Do you need that date in particular?
No, it's just one of the dates she gave me. I think
Okay.
she may have.
Let's work
she
on
may
the
have
date.
miscalculated the Tuesday night, so I can ask her if.
Do you mind
the
sending
Tuesday
that
before.
Gail's contact to staff, to Chris, and then we can reach out?
Yep.
Awesome. Okay. That sounds great. Mayor Pro Tem?
Just wanted to bring up, thank you for participating in the CDOT meeting yesterday? I've lost track. Anyways, they're adding additional sidewalk bars at the 9th and Mountain Crossing. Right now, we've got engineers working on a design that features largely 4 bulb outs at that crossing, along with additional safety improvements they're considering. It sounds like it's very likely that they will have internal design funding to provide us with the design and bring that forth. There will be confirmation on that funding in a couple of weeks, hopefully. The biggest challenge that, from my understanding, was surveying the actual location, which largely would require their internal staff's time to go out and survey the location, although it's a possibility that consultants could be hired to go do that work. But that's the update I wanted to provide on that and stuff. I think we had a good meeting on safety improvements there. And CDOT is moving, so I'm pretty happy about that. But if there's any other additional information, or if you guys would like to participate in these meetings, I'd welcome you to join and stuff. Otherwise, I'll continue to provide updates. Yep. All right.
Well done. Well, that was gonna be one of mine. Was thank you for that meeting yesterday.
No
and
problem.
Staying on it, and I mean that's unbelievable. They got CDOT to move, so that's 100% testament for you sticking on them. So
Kinda surprised myself.
Yeah, that was really cool to hear. Sorry I couldn't be at the transportation meeting today, Administrator Kirk. I just did email out what I thought the board was interested in as far as this initial subcommittee for transportation.
It's
I saw
okay.
you respond to that.
You didn't miss the meeting today. It's next Tuesday.
Oh, sweet.
Their meeting was today, which is why they were kind of pressing us to give them something.
Oh, great.
That's
Okay.
that's why
Well, I will
delivered
be there
that draft RFP to them
Hi, Carl.
yesterday. but
Carl's
you did
like,
not
"Really?"
miss. Carl thought he missed too. So
I
no-
told
no
Carl
worries.
he missed it. That's why. Whoops.
Yeah,
All
no-
right.
no
Well,
worries.
that's good. Also, great job with the first national night out. I wish Teresa was here for this, but unbelievable. I know you had to be gone, but it was for you guys, and hopefully be the next year. But Teresa did just a fantastic job. So May showed up. Brett was there. Sean was there. What?
Right now,
Yeah. The face you had when you were throwing baseballs at me, or balls, still will haunt me for a long time coming here. But I think, Brett, you hit 3 out of 3 on the targets to get me in there, so need more signups next year. But truthfully, the sheriff and the chief of the EMS both, and I have them talk to Teresa about this too, but they both volunteered to do the dunk tank next year.
Nice.
So that's just me. Staff did an awesome job with that, so thank you. I was out of town, so I did miss a mental health meeting Monday, unfortunately. I was occupied with driving. Anyway, that's all I have for now, so I'll turn it over to staff.
The only item I'd like to cover tonight, we can deal with any other updates in other ways. The November 11th meeting would be a regular town board meeting. That falls on Veterans Day. And so the question we have is, town hall is closed, our staff will not be here. No issue for me, I can come to the meeting, but would you prefer to move the meeting to November 10th, which would be a Monday night instead of a Tuesday, or maybe the 12th, which would be a Wednesday, or would you prefer to just have it on Veterans Day? Or cancel it, but I do think we'll probably have items to deal with. I mean, it is uncommon for us not to have agenda items, so.
I prefer the 10th.
I would agree.
Okay.
That's a Monday night.
Works for me.
And we don't have to decide tonight, but we will prioritize the 10th. We'll confirm with you. But if that works for y'all, I think that would make sense.
All right.
To move it from the 11th to the 10th, is that what we're trying to do?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Cool. Works for me.
Thank you.
Set that out. Attorney Smith, anything?
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right. Anything from Sheriff's Office? Nothing. All right. Welcome back. All right. Thank you, everybody. Let's have someone move us into an executive session here. Anyone like to move on that?
Motion to move into executive
Well, there's
session.
a particular wording on it for revised statutes.
Motion to CRS 24-6-402, parentheses 4, parentheses E, parentheses I, to determine positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiation, developing a strategy for negotiations and instructing negotiations. And the following details are provided: Bacon Lake Interceptor easement, oil and gas lease, and 290 Mountain Avenue.
All right. Is there a second? All right. The motion has been seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Wing?
Yes.
Trustee Hardy?
Yes.
Trustee Ayers?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy?
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht?
Yes.
Mayor Karsbeck?
All right. Yes. Thank you. All right. So we'll move into executive session in the back room there, and then we will adjourn from there.